Good morning, everyone. You know what time of day it is? It is time for us to go and read through this wonderful Eldar Codex. We have it. This is our first ever Games Workshop preview. We finally did it. Thanks to all of your support, we grew to 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. Over 20,000 now. Thanks for that. Plans to keep growing in the future, so don't stop that. Clicking that like and subscribe button now. Games Workshop has some very strict rules about what we can and what we cannot show in regards to this preview, so I will do my best to skirt those rules as best as possible without breaking them, because then we'll get our NDAs revoked, and that will be really sad, and then we can't keep doing this for you. But how is everyone on this fine morning? I've been up it's still dark out. It's still dark out. I went to go to bed early on a Friday night. Never thought I would do that. We have a Jack Harpster in the chat. Hello, Jack. He's out at the Cherokee Open, killing it out there. 97-point average out here after day one. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Don't forget, as always, this is one of our Art of War streams. So if you want to ask some questions, don't feel afraid of throwing some super chats out, and I will answer your questions specifically directly to here. Now, before we get into it, I gotta preface this. I have never read this book before. We just got it. So this is going to be the hottest takes, the first takes, the only takes that matter, obviously, because it is I, Nick Nadavati, master of all things AELDARI, and I'm here to do it. So, I like the cover. Let's start there. The cover's right behind me. The cover's right in front of me. I'm sandwiched by AELDARI. I'm a big fan of the cover. I think it's cool. I think it's elegant. It does well for Eldar. It's also a tome. Look at that codex. I think it's thicker than Space Marines. Don't quote me on that. It is, in fact, though, let's take a gander. Ooh, did we hit 200? Wow. 200 pages on the dot right there. You can't even see it. Barely there. It says 200 right there. And there's a nice Harlequin in the end. It's the Harlequin reference page. Richard Mulholland, sorry if I butchered that. Thanks so much for becoming a member. SP's been up since 2:30 with his newborn. Let me get some Ultimate and Psycho rolls so I can go grab some sleep. I hear you. I hear you. Unfortunately, we're going to tackle this bad boy in whatever order I so feels choose. Let's look at some pretty pictures and some fluff. Some pretty pictures and some fluff as I do it for you. We have, there's got to be a better way to do this. Really cool stuff here. Now, we're not one of those fluff channels, those narrative things, or hobby channels. We will be one day, perhaps, but not today. So, we're going to casually skirt through these. The Avatar of Kin, that is some cool art. That is some cool art. I know we've seen this art before, but that is really cool art. We're just going to go through. All Aspect Warrior art. This is pretty cool too. Every Aspect Warrior's got their own page. Really nice art. These Dire Avengers. I love Dire Avengers. They're really cool. So they go through and give every single Aspect Warrior their own page of fluff. That's really nice. Crimson Hunters, the Gems there. An Exarch, Host of the Dead, Harlequins. The Ynnari is in here. Alright, now we're getting to the pretty pictures. Look at this Wraith Knight. Very pretty. Very iconic. Glorious Wraith Knight. Got Fancy Rangers. Magan Ra. Have you all seen Magan Ra yet? Oh my god. Look at that thing. New Magan Ra model. The Magatar, as they call it. $2 super chat from Richard Mulholland. Time to not just give Spacefuls. I give up after Spacefuls. 12 years. I can't even read. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. It's 5. It's 5 now. Look at that. Time to not just gave Spacefuls after 12 years. I don't know what that means. But I appreciate your support. Look at this avatar. Holy crap. That thing is awesome. Like, talk about zero to hero. They have really done this model justice. Bella the Stream Puppy is here to join me. I guess I woke her up in my comings and goings. That's not good. That's not good. You don't want the stream puppy up at 5 a.m. It's a very cinematic shot of Wraithguard. Like that. Big fan. Nice big long page of Wraithguard. Check that out. Harlequins. Harlequins looking like Harlequin stuff. Ynnari Exarch Howling Banshee. I think this is worth a shout out right there. She looks really cool. Look at this one. Right here on the bottom. Very fan. Nice, gorgeous Beal-Tan army. I've never seen Wraiths painted in a Beal-Tan color scheme, but there they are, and it looks really cool. I'm a big fan of that. Stream Puppy has left. Okay, all right, we did it, folks. We've gotten there. Enough dilly-dallying. We got to the rules. That good stuff that everybody wants to see. We're here now. Now, unfortunately, I can't just sit here with a book open and let you screenshot it. That was very, very, very clear. So, we're going to read it to you a little bit. Talk about it. Feel about it. Asuryani detachment abilities. This is pretty much what you'd expect, I assume. You got a different... Looks like troops gain obsec, they gain Craftworld abilities. It's what you'd expect it to be. But then they have this other thing called traveling players. Let's read about this. Harlequin units within such a detachment. Oh, so this is if your army's Battleforged, one Harlequin patrol detachment in your army can have this abilities. So you can basically include a unit of Harlequins in your Asuryani or Drakari army. So now Dark Eldar can take Harlequins as well. Harlequin units within such a detachment are excluded when determining your army's faction and when determining if every unit in your army has a certain keyword or ability. Cool. So you can just insert a patrol of whatever you want, Harlequin, into any type of detachment. I think we knew that, but in case you didn't know that because you haven't been following the previews, that's okay. I don't follow the previews. I ain't got time for that because I got the book right here. Cool. Harlequins can do that. So we got a variety of different Craftworlds. It gets right into it. Also, I want everyone to know I'm drinking Warhammer coffee out of my Warhammer mug. Now, you can't really see that it says Warhammer because of dishwashers, but at some point in my life, this said Warhammer quite a lot. So, the first Craftworld we have here is Ulthway. Their attribute is the Foresight of the Damned. They get a free wound reroll every time a unit shoots or fights, so kind of the second half of Master Artisans, you get that free wound reroll. You get +1 for Psyche tests. For the first Psyche test, the Psyker takes every phase. That's good. Harlequin Powers presumably are still really good. They've always have been. We will get there when we get there. They get a 6-up invul, and they get a 5 appeal and pain for mortals. So they got 4 bullet points. None of them are that individually super powerful, but they all are useful abilities. No one's going to say no to any of those. Probably not going to be one of the most seen factions I'm going to go with based on their trait, but let's keep going. Their Warlord trait is after you make a Strands of Fate roll, which is on page 143. We're on page 85 right now for reference. This is going to take quite some time. I'm going to need some water. We need a potty break. Strap in, everybody. We're here for a minute. 5 o'clock in the morning. So, I don't want to just skip around and get to Strands of Fate. Maybe I should, just to have a frame of reference. So let's Strands of Fate, page 143. It's like one of those books that makes you choose your adventure. Go to this page, go to that page. Okay, so Strands of Fate seems to be if every unit in your army has the Asuryani keyword and is drawn from the same Craftworld. So I guess Harlequins, ignore this. If you have a Harlequin attachment, you still get Strands of Fate. Pretty sure. And you basically roll a number of dice at the start of each battle round for Strands of Fate roll. So it's based on a different size game. You're going to roll a different number of dice. In a Strike Force game, which is a standard 2,000 point tournament match, you'll roll 4 dice at the start of each battle round. And then each die corresponds to a specific type of roll. So let's say you roll a 2 on one of your 4d6. That corresponds to charge roll. A 1 is an advanced roll, 2 is a charge roll, 3 is a Psyche test, 4 is a hit roll, 5 is a wound roll, and 6 is a saving throw. So you're going to roll all these fate dice, in this case 4 fate dice, and they all represent 6s. It's not like you're rolling to see what value you get. You're rolling to see which chart orientation you get. So if I roll a 1, a 2, a 5, and a 6, I would have an advanced roll, a charge roll, a wound roll, and a saving throw oriented. And you have a 6 showing, basically, just sitting in the back over there. So I believe it's after you fail. I lost the page. Why did I lose the page? After you fail. Oh, no, before making any rolls. Yeah, so before any rolls or you make any rolls, you can basically just say, instead of rolling this advanced roll, I'm going to roll 6. Instead of failing this charge roll, I'm just going to have a 6 here. So that's really cool. And if you roll like multiple 6s, no limitations. I can roll like I can roll 12-inch charge. Bada boom, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Frosty Forge, I too am impressed I got up this early. That is called taking a job seriously. So back to Althway. So they can... you can choose to retain 1 additional dice. I'm not totally sure what that means. We'll get to it. Althway Psyker. For the relic, as they know, an additional psychic power from the Runes of Fortune. I believe that is the Farseer psychic table. Or no, that's the Warlock psychic table. Let's find out. Page 123. I don't know why I'm starting in this order, but we just are. We're just going top to bottom. So Runes of Fortune. This is a whole... Oh, wow. So they have 3 different 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different psychic trees. They have the Phantasmancy Disciplincy, which is for Harlequins. They have the Runes of Battle it is 5 in the morning. They have Phantasmancy, which is Harlequins. Runes of Battle, which is for Warlocks. Runes of Fate, which is for Farseers. Runes of Fortune, which it's from that Psychic Awakening, right? So it's like a couple years old now, and it's what you could swap your powers for. You could swap them for Runes of Fortune powers. It's just an additional tree. And they have the Revenant Discipline, which is fully fleshed out now and is for Inari. Looks like we got $10 super chat. Appreciate you, Yofo Show. Love Art of War. Appreciate that. Please give a shout out to Jeff. He's a great guy. Huge AELDARI stan. RSG5. Richard Siegler will win next year's LVO and get 3 in a row. I'm recording this prediction via Super Chat for posterity. You are the best. Appreciate your support. Thank you, Yofo Show. All right. Discipline of the Black Guardians. This is the Althway Stratagem. 1 CP. Pick a unit of Althway Guardians. Plus 1 to hit when it shoots or fights. That's exactly the same as the Guardian strat currently is. So, cool. Althway, pretty okay across the board. Moving on. Alien Talk. This one's got a lot of words. Matt, thank you so much for Super Chat. Great to preview early. That's what I'm here for. All right. There's a lot of words on this page. Here's their attribute. Alien Talk. Each time a ranged attack is made against this unit from more than 12 away, you get light cover. Easy enough. Each time a ranged attack is made from an infantry or biker unit with this attribute that is entirely on or within a terrain feature, if the attack is more than 12, you get the benefits of dense cover, so you get forests for standing in ruins. Very similar to the Grey Knight's Tide of Shadows. I think it's exactly the Grey Knight's Tide of Shadows. Interestingly enough, this can be used to give vehicles light cover. It's one of the only ways to give vehicles light cover. That's really good. You can ignore any or all modifiers to the move characteristic of infantry units with this attribute, and you can ignore any or all modifiers to advanced rolls for such units with such attribute. There's very, very few move modifiers in the game. A couple spells, a couple strats, tremor shells, and forests. So not a very commonly used rule, but one you appreciate. You don't want to be moving slower. Here's a Warlord trait. It's got 2 parts. In your command phase, select an Alien Talk infantry core unit within 9 inches of this Warlord. We'll get into what's core and what's not core later. Until the end of the turn, while the unit is performing an action, it can still make attacks with a ranged weapon. That's probably really good. Eldar likes to shoot. I mean, Eldar is always a build it your own way kind of thing. You can do psychic armies with Eldar. You can do shooting armies with Eldar, vehicle armies with Eldar, foot Eldar, combat Eldar, shooting Eldar, whatever you want. So if you're going to make a shooting-based Eldar army, or even not, actions and shooting is generally a really good thing to be doing. And then the other parts of War Trait, because there's 2. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, after the Warlord, if this Warlord is on the battlefield, you can select 1 friendly Alien Talk Ranger unit anywhere on the battlefield and re-deep strike it anywhere. So, redeploy it anywhere. Now re-deep strike it, so you can go outside of your zone. It has to be more than 9 inches away from the enemy zone, so like re-infiltrate it anywhere. It's kind of nifty. Very good in those missions where you can infiltrate out OBSEC onto objectives, especially when they're sticky, and then you'll hold it going into your first battle round. But no, I'm going second, and I've lost my Rangers for free because I tried to get a little cheeky. Well, no, I'm going to redeploy them. That's pretty nifty. Relic is going to be, you cannot target. It's an Alien Talk infantry model only while the bear is receiving the benefits of cover, which by standing in cover or by using its fieldcraft trait, will just pretty much always be. It cannot be selected as the target of attack unless the attacking model is within 12 inches. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah, dear Ryan. Terrain can modify movement, mostly just force, but I believe I said that. If not, I'm sorry. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. But yes, 5:15 now. All right, Pathfinder Ambush is their stratagem. You take a unit of Eldar Rangers, and then if that unit is in reserve, so it's one of the few strats that can be used on an Eldar unit in reserve. Set it up anywhere in the battlefield within 8 inches of the enemy unit and more than 9 from enemy models. At the end of the phase, that ranger unit can shoot as if it were a shooting phase, and use this in the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. So after your opponent deep strikes or just walks around, after an enemy has been set up on the battlefield. So after your opponent deep strikes something, you can just re-deep strike some rangers and counter shoot them. Pretty useless stratagem, honestly, but it's neat. Bealtan. So they have their Craftworld ability is each time a unit with this advances or makes a battle focus move, treat a 1 or 2 as a 3 instead. So min 3 on those advanced rules and battle focus moves. That's very nice. You're welcome, Zika. Appreciate you. I do it for you, the fans. This is the earliest we could possibly do it. This is 10 a.m. GMT, unless I can't count, in which case I'm either breaking an NDA, which I hope not. So thanks. And then we got the other half of this, Bealtan Craftworld trait. Each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll for resolving that unit's attacks. So it's like the first half of Master Artisans, reroll a single hit roll. That's cool. The Warlord trait, in your command phase, you pick a unit within 6 of the Warlord, and you can reroll hits. So it's just Chapter Master. It's a great Warlord trait. Natural Leader, they call it. What do we got? Is that infantry only? Is what infantry only? The Aliatat thing? The Aliatat relic was infantry only. The Bealtan Craftworld trait is all things. Okay, then we have the Bealtan relic. It knows an additional power from a chosen discipline, and you can reroll a psychic test. Spirit Stones. I want LVO with Spirit Stones. This crap's good. And then we got the Wrath of the Shrines. It is the 1 CP strat Bealtan has. 6 is to hit, explode when you shoot or fight for a Bealtan aspect warrior unit. Lovely strat. More 6s, more hits. Who doesn't like more 6s, more hits? Cool. Cool. Can it be used on the Ranger Biker? Nah. Aliatak infantry only, I'm pretty sure. For the deep striking strat. You're welcome, dear Ryan. That's what I'm here for. We got Iyanden, next Craftworld. Each time a combat attrition test for this unit is taken, each time a combat attrition test is taken, add 1 to the combat attrition test, so it's harder to lose models by running away with your leadership 10, 9. Let's see what the leadership of Wraithguard is. Wraithguard. There's so many data sheets. Oh my bojangles. Mark. There's Corsairs in here. Oh, holy crap. Yes, your leadership 9 Wraithguard will run away slightly less often. That's good. Proud of them. Each time an attack is allocated to a model with this attribute, if it has an AP characteristic of -1 or 2, worsen the AP by 1. Very similar to the Rusted Claw we saw from Genestealer Cults. Lovely. Makes the Wraithguards a little bit tougher. The Warlord trait is on a 5 up. You have 5 Feel of Pain. It's good for... It's just good Warlord trait. In your command phase, this is the relic. In your command phase, you can select 1 friendly Iyanden Spirit Host unit within 9 inches of the bearer. Until your next command phase, they get +1 attack, and if it's a Wraithguard unit, it gains battle focus as well. It's the Citronome of Iyanden. They've made that quite a bit worse from its predecessor, but it wasn't really affecting good models before, so hopefully rates are good now. Their strat, you take a random... Select 1 Iyanden Spirit Seer model from your army and 1 Iyanden Spirit Host unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, that Spirit Host unit is considered to be within range of the Spirit Seer's Spirit Mark ability. Which is probably like reroll 1s or something. We'll find out. And then the Samhan, the bike people. They reroll charges, and they can charge in a turn in which they fell back. Now that's not super great for Eldar, the charging in a turn once you fall back. It's just generically a great rule, but Eldar typically falls over when it's getting counter-struck. It doesn't find itself in long, protracted combats. Advancing and charging is amazing, though. It's one of the best rules in the game. It's not advancing charges, reroll charges. That's a lot worse. Still good, a lot worse. Okay. Barred in my coffee drinking. But we gotta drink our coffee before it gets cold coffee, because then we have cold coffee and nobody wants that. So their Warlord trait, +1 to the Warlord's attacks, and 6-inch heroics. Generally very good. John would be proud. This is very much the John version of Eldar. Although he's painting the army in a challenge right now for 3 days. Can he paint a 3,000 points of Eldar in 3 days? I'm sitting next to his Striking Scorpions. Look at that. We're doing it with Eldar, with Army Painter speed paints. They're actually pretty good. I'm very pleased. So, Warriors of the Raging Winds. That's their stratagem. They can advance and shoot with or advance and charge with a Samhand biker unit. That's really cool. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Okay, there are a lot. Now I mean a lot of Craftworld custom traits. How many are there? Are there... You know what? Screw it. We're here. We're going to do this right. We're just going to read them all to you. In the footsteps of the ancients. This is basically taking one of the Craftworld traits like Bealtan or Ulthway or whatever, getting all the rules, not getting any of the Warlord traits or Relics or anything. Don't do this competitively. I didn't read it. I don't actually know it's what it says, but I know every single book has a big set of paragraphs right at the beginning of this chapter, and it's exactly what it says. So I'm not going to read it. We're going to use precedents to inform myself. This is how we speed read, ladies and gentlemen. This is what got me through college right here. A wonderful supply chain degree from Rutgers University. That's what got us this. Okay. Each time a model with this attribute makes a melee attack on an unmodified wound roll of 6, add 1 to the damage characteristic. That's really cool. Children of Cain. Also, this is not like Tau or GSC with their custom traits. As you can see, there's just a bunch of custom traits. You just pick 2. It's like a you pick 2 from Panera. Yeah, you just pick 2 of them. That's it. That's what you got. Very simple. Nothing. No drawing maps, no counting to 4, none of that. It's too complicated. So, Children of Morai Heg, they add +1 to this to hit if that unit is below its starting strength. So, this is shooting or combat, so if you just get damaged, you're just +1 to hit for the rest of the game. That's actually quite good. But Eldar units don't typically get damaged and don't die. I've tried to do this with Dire Avengers with striking whatever it's called from the old book. That was really good, but it rarely came up. Reroll Psychic and deny the Witch tests of 1 and 2. Very strong. Children of the Open Skies. Add 1 to the move characteristic of models with this attribute. If a model with this attribute can fly, add 2 instead of 1. Plus move is always good. And every time an advanced roll is made, treat 1 and 2 as a 3. That's great. That's actually really good. +1 move and mid advanced rolls. That's very fast, actually. So, big fan of that. Each time you make a Strands of Fate roll, that's the Miracle Dice mechanic that Eldar have now, where they pre-roll dice, basically. You can roll an additional d6. That's neat. Elite Citizenry. Add 1 to leadership, and when you're selected to fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll. It's cool, so it's like the first half of Master Artisans. Then the second half, Expert Crafters. Every time you select a shoot or fight, reroll a wound roll. So you could just do reroll 1 hit, reroll 1 wound, and that's what you got. You can add 1 to the combat attrition test. Pretend your Wraith Guard matter. Each time a model with this attribute makes an attack with a striking weapon, unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds. 6 is to hit, auto wound is just a great roll. Big fan of that. That's called Hail of Doom. I'm not trying to just be ultra positive for the sake of it. I ain't no fanboy over here. I'm just trying to read it to you as I sees it, you know. These are good rules. They've been doing a really good job with codexes lately in general, so no surprise here. Hopefully it's not broken. That's my goal. You can reroll advance and charge rolls for units with this attribute. That's Headstrong. Hunters of Ancient Relics used to be a great one. While a unit with this attribute is performing an action, that unit can shoot without the action failing. Very different. It used to give you +1 attack if you're near an objective. Still not a bad rule. Masterful Shots is ignore the benefits of light cover when shooting. That's pretty good. A lot of armies use light cover to stay alive. Unit Masters of Concealment. Units outside of 12 treat your unit as having light cover. So you can get light cover for your vehicles and things like that. It's pretty good. Mobile fighters. Each time a model's attribute makes an attack, if that model's unit disembarked from a transport model's turn, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. That is cool. +1 to wound shuriken catapults out of a wave serpent. You're probably not going to build this army. It depends kind of on the points and what the data sheets say, but getting out of transports and +1 to wound is a really good rule. Savage Blades. You can increase your AP on a turn you are charged, were charged, or heroics in the first round of combat. You get +1 AP in combat. That's really good. Swift Strikes. In your shooting phase, each time a unit with this attribute is selected to shoot until it fell back, it can count as, unless it fell back until the end of the phase, it counts as having remained stationary. This is amazing. This is really amazing. It lets you advance and shoot with heavy weapons and count as stationary. That's phenomenal. It really is. That's a great rule. Okay. Students of Vault. Each time an attack with its damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to a vehicle. Add 1 to any army. I just read that all wrong. Each time an attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to a vehicle model with this attribute, add 1 to any saving throws against it. Oh, okay. So you 2-up save for your vehicles versus damage 1s. It's like all is dust for Thousand Suns on your vehicles. It's a good rule. Vehicles typically are going to go down to big cannon shots that will not care about this rule. But a lot of armies do rely on a lot of AP, a lot of damage 1 to get stuff done too. Pierce Range Gene Stealers, I'm looking at you. Add 3 inches to the range characteristic of shuriken weapons. That is pretty okay. Each time a model with this attribute makes an attack with a melee weapon, a modified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. So exploding 6s in melee, that's pretty okay. Models with this attribute of 6 of invul and 5 of feeling pain from mortals. That's the first, it's one of the halves of Ulthway. Webway Warriors. When a reinforcement unit with this attribute is set up on the battlefield for the first time until the end of the turn, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. That's probably trash, because you're only deep striking 1 to 2 turns of the game, so very little benefit to such a game-wide rule, army-wide rule. Wraith Construct within its Wraith units are eligible to perform heroic interventions as if they were characters. John's favorite. Okay, that is all the different ways to play Eldar, custom trait-wise and Craftworld trait-wise. Let's get into the Ynnari. You like those sound effects? You better. You better, fam. Okay. There's a lot of words on this page. Holy crap. Holy crap-aroni and cheese. Okay. A Craftworld detachment that is from the Inari can also include Harlequins, Drukhari, and Witch Cults, Incubi, and Scourge units. But for each of these units, it must also include one Asuryani unit with the same battlefield role. A Ynnari detachment that includes any of these units in this way is considered to be an Asuryani detachment, but the following rules apply. So you can mix Ynnari is basically you put your Craftworlds and your Drukhari and your Harlequins all in one big soupy detachment. So that's neat. Harlequins and Drukhari units included in the Ynnari detachment lose whatever their Witch Cult or Cabal or Sadeth is, whatever that means, and they gain Ynnari. They lose Craftworld as well. Ynnari Psychers lose all their powers from Runes of Fate, Revenant, etc., and they generate stuff from the Inari discipline. Okay. Harlequin transports can transport Ynnari models with the Sadeth rule. No pivotal roles, no lords, whatever. Okay. You can only embark on a transport which you are from, unless you are the Vizark or Ivrain. So you can't get your Harlequin troops into your Wave Serpent, and you cannot get your Dark Eldar Witches into your Starweaver. That's pretty good. It just makes sense. If you are playing a match play game and you include Incubi units or Scourge units, you pay more for them in a Ynnari detachment. Incubi go from now 18 points a model after they've been nerfed, all the way up to 22. They get a 4-point hike. And Scourges will get a 2-point hike. Holy crap. Really hate taking units from Ynnari, I guess. Whatever. At the start of the fight phase, if a unit with this attribute is within engage range... I'm sorry, this is Strain from Death. This is very important. This is like the rule you get for playing Inari. At the start of the fight phase, if this attribute is within engage range of enemy units, it can fight first. And if the unit was below its sword strength, it can add 1 to its hit roll. Cool. So if you lose a guy, you get stronger, and if you always strike first, these are good rules. Yeah, Sergio, it is super early in the morning. Some may even consider it stale the night before. Depends who you ask, I suppose. But the sun's not out yet, but the guns are out yet. Hell yeah. Okay. We got the Relic. We got the Warlord trait for the Inari. Start your command phase, your Warlord regains 1 lost wound. That is pretty worthless. It's not until it's worthless until it's not, you know. That 1 won't matter. This guy lived by 1 wound throughout the game. Whatever. Worthless until it's not. When this Warlord is selected to fight, if any enemy units within engagement range of this Warlord are below... I've just read that. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. So, when this Warlord is selected to fight, if any enemy units are within engagement range of the Warlord are below starting strength, you add 1 to the strength and attacks. So, your Warlord, if he's in combat with a damage unit, will just get +1 strength, +1 attack, which is kind of cool. Very easy to set up, actually, if you can just like plank a guy on the way in. So that's pretty good. The Relic, the Lost Shroud. Subtract -1 damage. It's a Relic. And non-modified damage characteristic of 1. It's all's dust. So if your opponent has what damage 1 attacks coming at you, you will get +1 to your save. Okay. Inevitable Fate. Use this stratagem when a Ynnari unit from your army is selected to shoot or fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack against a target unit that was below half strength when the unit was selected, add 1 to the wound roll. So you're really good at finishing off units here. Not good for gaining momentum. Okay. And then they write us example armies. That's really good. I'm glad they started doing this because, you know, as a professional 40K player, I struggle to write basic army lists sometimes. I really do. You think I'm being kind of a jerk right now, but no. John always yells at me. He's like, Nick, your list is legal. I'm like, why? And he's like, that's pretty much every morning in our house, really. It's lovely. Okay. And now we are into the Harlequins. Screenshot that. Please don't. Okay. Harlequin Detachment abilities. Harlequin Detachments gain the lead role, but whatever that means. So Sadith, I don't know what Sadith means. Sadith is just a keyword. Sadith units and Harlequin Detachments gain the Sadith characterifications ability. What a word! Oh, characterizations. I can't read. It is 5:30 in the morning. We're just gonna keep blaming the time for my lack of brain functionality. Okay, so lead role. If your army includes any troop master models, if your warlord is a Harlequin model, that warlord must be a troop master model. Okay, so you can choose your warlord, but if you include a Harlequin warlord, it better be the troop master. Cool. Normal stuff. Basically, you get to pick between your Harlequin colorations. You can pick light Harlequins, dark Harlequins, or twilight Harlequins. Each one will give you different stuff, kind of like Bealtan, Altak, and Althway will give you different stuff. So you Harlequins have different cults now. That's kind of cool. So light will give you each time an attack is made against a unit with this characterization. Can they... I know how to say this word. I know this word. It's just a long word. It's so many letters. So each time an attack is made against this unit from more than 12 inches away, an unmodified hit roll of 1 or 3 always fails. So like transhuman for hits. That's pretty good. Not as good because there's so many reroll to hit things out there that your opponent will get value there, but it's not bad. It's really good versus things like Custodes who just like, I hit you, and you're like, you know what? Calm down, bud. Calm down. You don't hit crap. Each time a unit with this unit characterization makes a normal move or advances or in their movement phase. Normal move or advances in your movement phase. In your following shooting phase, the unit counts as having remained stationary. Cool. So advance and fire heavy weapons, move and shoot heavy weapons. It's generally good rolls. Their warlord trait, 6-inch heroics, and +1 strength and attack in the first round of combat. So if your warlord was charged or heroic, makes your troop master quite a badass. Remember, this is going to have to go on a troop master. 6 inch heroics and +1 strength and attack are really good rules, so that's awesome. If you have, it's a relic Shadowstone for a Shadow Seer. Add 3 inches to the bear's aura abilities to a max of 9, and add 3 to the range of Phantasmancy Psychic Powers. It's pretty cool. Get those extra ranges. And then 1 CP, their strat. Use the strat in your opponent's charge phase when a light unit from your army is selected as a target of charge. If it's not within engagement range of enemy units, it can normally move up to 6 inches. Until the end phase, that unit cannot overwatch or set to defend, and your opponent can declare new charges. So, kind of like the Cerberus Raider run away when they declare you as a charge target, very similar to the Warlord trait Prowling Adjutant from Genestealer Cult. Walk away when they charge you. Sounds like an amazing rule. It is an amazing rule, but it is not. It doesn't. It's 6 inches, and that's not as good as it sounds. Because if your opponent just gets right up next to you, like 1 inch away, and you walk 6 away, you'd spend a CP to attempt, or 2 walk 6 away, and your opponent just hits the charge anyway. It's not guaranteed value. Still, certain corner case scenarios, weird situations come up. Harlequins love to create weird situations. This is a pretty good strat. Then we have darkness. What's the opposite of light? It is dark. Each time a model with this characteristic is destroyed by a melee attack, it can fight on death. That's really good in combat mirror matches. It's very worthless versus shooting armies like Tau, so maybe not the right meta for it, but generally speaking, fight on death is amazing for combat armies, into combat armies. Typically, you'll win combat mirrors right off the bat of having that rule. The other part to it is models in melee have +1 AP. This dark hits, dark slaps, dark definitely slaps. They have a Warlord trait, Player of the Dark. Each time they make an unmodified wound roll of 5 up, target suffers 1 additional mortal wound in addition to any damage. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I do believe they've gotten rid of Troop Master's reroll to wound aura, so we'll see what they replace that with. We'll get there when we get there. But that is good. We got the Ghoul Mask Relic. Ghouls! In your opponent's psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to deny 1 power, or 1 additional one. It already denies. And units within 3 inches lose the objective security ability. That's amazing. It's hard to get repeat value out of that because Harlequins 3 inches away from the enemy are probably dead Harlequins. But against certain armies like Custodes, taking away OBSEC is a game-winning tool. Literally game-winning. It's all units within 3 inches, so that's really cool. Use the strat in the charge phase. Select 1 enemy unit until the end of the phase. Each time that enemy unit is selected as a target of the charge by a dark unit, that enemy unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. Lovely, lovely. You don't want to get overwatched by with your Harlequins. Don't like getting overwatched, so that's good. Fluff Crunch and Mini. We just went through Ynnari about 5 minutes ago, right after Ynnari came to Harlequins, so you can just rewind a tiny bit and catch the Ynnari stuff. We're going just straight top to bottom, so I'm sure we're going to end up getting to Ynnari again at some point. My top to bottom on page 100, or page, where did it all start? It started right here on page 83. We're going to go to page 200. Holy crap, I'm reading a book to you today. Okay. Well, it's okay. John's painting doesn't start till 9 a.m. And Sieg said that he would join me if I'm still going 3.5 hours in. We're 40 minutes in. I told him I wouldn't make it if this lasted 3.5 hours, so let's hope I make it. Twilight, the final of the Harlequin detachment abilities. Each time a unit with this thing was charged or performed heroic, so first round of combat, gain an attack, pile and consolidate an additional 2, so 5 inches on each pile and consolidate. These are great rolls, really are. The piling in and consolidating further is only really relevant at the higher levels of play, but the +1 attack, let's fight. Okay. While this Warlord is on the battlefield, each time your opponent spends any command points to use a strat, you can roll d6. On a 6, you gain a CP. Garbage. I hate 6-up CP regen strats. You know why I hate them? Because I don't roll 6s. I ain't John or Siegs. No 6s coming my way. While this Warlord is on the battlefield, each time you roll 4 more dice for the Luck of the Laughing God roll, page 144, you gain 1 command point. I gotta know what that is. I've never even heard of that, and I need to know what Luck of the Laughing God is right now. 144. It's pick your own adventure. Okay. Luck of the Laughing Gods. This is, oh wow, there's okay. So Harlequins just get these rules, I guess. Harlequin Detachments just get these rules. Models get a 4 up invul. Models move through other models. -1 to hit in melee. That's new. So 4 up had that. Moving through stuff had that. 4 -1 to hit in melee. Lovely buff. Thank you. Thanks, G-dubs. Rising Crescendo. Unit can advance in charge. Unit can fall back, shoot in charge. Cool. Cool. Those are great rules. And then Luck of the Laughing God, the thing we just talked about. If every unit from your army has the Harlequin keywords, this is if you're playing mono Harlequins, then at the start of the battle round, you gain a number of luck rerolls depending on the size of the battle. So in Strike Force, which is the tournament standard, 2,000-point match play, you will get 3 luck rerolls. 1 in the Combat Patrol, 2 in Incursion, 4 in Onslaught. So, in addition to, you can make a Luck of the Laughing God roll to increase the number of luck rerolls gained. To do so, roll up to 6 dice, or 6d6. If every result is unique, you gain a number of additional luck rerolls equal to the number of d6 rolled. So if I roll 6 dice, if I roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I will gain 6 additional luck rerolls. However, if I roll, let's say, 2 2s in there, so 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, and 6, didn't roll my 5, the whole thing gets botched. So for math, if you just roll 1 die, you can't roll doubles, so you're good to go. 2 dice, you don't roll doubles about 83% of the time. 1/6 of the time you roll doubles. It's probably where you're going to do. 3 dice, you're about 50-50 to roll 2 of the same number. I don't really understand that math, but it's just the way that works. So you probably roll 2 or 3 or 1 for guarantee value, competitively speaking. And I guess you can use these rerolls at any time. Doesn't really tell me. Yeah. Oh wait. Each luck reroll can be used to reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, 1 damage roll, saving throw, advance roll for a unit in your army. Any luck rerolls cannot be used by the end of the battle round or lost. Oh, so we generate these every battle round? Wow. That's really cool. And there doesn't seem to be any more stipulations on it, so you can just spam rerolls on the same guy. That's pretty neat. So the Warlord trait I was just reading that has to do with this is each time you roll 4 or more dice on the Laughing God roll, you gain 1 command point. So you're basically saying I would rather have 1 command point than luck rerolls. But if I do happen to roll 4 dice and not get any doubles, which is like a third of the time, hell yeah, I get CP and get a bunch of rerolls. That's awesome. High risk, high reward, they say. We got the Twilight Fang as the relic for these guys. Strength +2, AP -3, 2 damage. Getting more attacks from the battle round. That is the same as it was currently, so that's cool. And then we've got Malicious Frenzy. Use a strat when a Twilight unit from your army is selected to fight. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, and I'm going to fight 6 to hit auto wounds. There's a lot of 6 to hit auto wounds mechanics in this codex I've seen so far. So that's good. Harlequins struggle with higher armor vehicles and monsters, so 6 to hit auto wounding does go a long way there. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the stratagems. There are probably 100 pages of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages of stratagems. Holy crap. Alright. Shall we go through the strats because they're in order, or shall I go through the data sheets to get a frame of reference on what the strats do? I think we should do the data sheets first, and then we'll go back to strats and warlord traits and relics and psychic powers. Holy crap, there's so much in this book. And there's a Bella Bean. Hello, baby girl. Hello. It's past your bedtime. It's been past your bedtime for quite some time. Yeah. Okay. So going through... Oh, there's Crusade rules. I'm going to skip the Crusade rules because this is a competitive match play channel. Well, the Crusade rules are cool. And then there's pretty pictures. Get to skip the pretty pictures. Okay. There's a few more rules here. Deployment abilities. Advanced positions. This is basically infiltrate. Sure, you can set this unit up anywhere you want, 9 inches away from deployments, enemy deployments on enemy models during deployment. Then we have sudden assaults during deployment. If these are just generic rules that some Eldar units have. During deployment, if every enemy model in this unit has the ability, you can set this unit up in sudden assault. So this is basically just deep strike. And then shuriken weapons, every time an unmodified roll of 6 increases the armor's AP characteristic by 2. So a little bit worse than before, but I imagine shuriken weapons have a base AP built in, so it's kind of the same AP 3 on 6s. Thank you, Lou. Appreciate your support. Excuse me. Appreciate your support, Lou. How many pages of strats are there for each faction? Good question. We'll go through them at some point. Oh, and then there's pivotal roles. Oh my Bojangles, smart Bojangles. There's 6 pages of strats. They're all kind of together. Doesn't really... Maybe there's more pages of strats. There's 6 pages of just AELDARI strats, so we'll get to them. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we made it. We're here. We're on the Avatar of Kane's datasheet. Now, I'm not going to show you all the datasheets, because that would be how I get myself in trouble. But we'll talk about it. So the Avatar's a beast stick. I don't know if he's been previewed already, but I'm going to go through them along with all the other datasheets the way I do. Super awesome combat stats. He degrades now. He's 14 wounds. So he degrades when he hits 7 wounds and then 3 wounds. He loses stuff. His movement characteristic at his top profiles. Move 10, hits on 2s, strength 7, toughness 8, 14 wounds, 7 attacks, and 2 up armor. Cool. So when he degrades, his move goes to 9, then 8. His ballistic skill goes from 2 up to 3 up to 4 up, and his attacks go from 7 to 6 to 5. Pretty mild degradation, if I'm being honest. His 2 up armor. He's got a 4 up invul. He has all damage rounding up going into him, so he's super tough to kill, although you can just shoot him. He's 14 wounds. Model can never have a Relic or Warlord trait. Makes sense. It doesn't say he's unique. Can you just have triple avatar? I'm going to go with no, because that's silly. Oh, you can only include 1 avatar for Kane model in your army. See? I knew it was silly. The Wailing Doom is a melting gun. It's his gun. It's also his sword. It's a big, powerful sword. So it's a 12-inch melting gun, strength 12, AP 4, D6 plus 2 damage. It's got a weird rule. If it hits the target, you draw a line from the closest point of your avatar to the closest point of the enemy model, and then make a wound roll against every unit the line passes over. Sounds awesome. At 12 inches, it's not awesome. Neat. And in combat, it's got 2 profiles, so we can get ourselves up to strength 14, strength times 2, -5, then D6 plus 2 damage. He's just smacking you around with my Melta sword. Or I got a sweep attack, which will be 2 hit rolls for every hit roll, so 14 attacks at top profile. And then strength 7 -2, 2 damage. This guy's a monster. It's an absolute destructive monstrosity. Cool. We got a Farseer page of Farseers, Farseer Skyrunner, Eldrad, and Farseer all together. We got Farseer Skyrunner. They move 16 now. I think they moved 16 before, actually, so that's the same. They're pretty much the same stat-wise. I think they're identical stat-wise to what they currently are. 6 wounds, toughness 4, 4 up armor. Sure, Twin Shuriken Catapult has gone up to 18 inches, and the Singing Spears changed its profile as well. If you want to spring to Singing Spear, Singing Spears are strength 9 and flat 3 damage. No more special rules. It's just what they do. Flat 3 damage is very good. No AP, though, of course. Shuriken Catapults, 4 shots, strength 4, AP 1, 18 inches. So 6 is to wound will still be AP 3, which is what they were before. Spider 335. We are just getting the data sheets. I skipped a bunch of stuff. We're barely getting to do it. We've been here for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, and we got a ways to go. We'll be here all day. I hope not. This model never suffers perils of the warp. It's got a 4-up invul. 6, it auto advances 6. I guess that's just a bike roll. So Farseers don't suffer perils. That's just Farseer roll. They have 4-up invul. And they auto advance 6. Runes of the Farseer. At the start of each battle round, after making a Strengths of Fate roll, before selecting which of those dice to retain, for each Farseer model from your army that is on the battlefield that is not within engagement range of enemy units, you can re-roll one of those dice. Cool. It knows to from your Runes of Fortune and or Runes of Fate, and denies 2. So a regular Farseer on foot is pretty much the exact same thing. It's just not on foot, so it has 1 fewer wound, 1 fewer toughness, a crappier armor save, way slower, and presumably way cheaper. Eldrad! Big man on campus. He is Althway, so you gotta be playing Althway to get him. Hello, Mr. Bradchester. Hope you're having a wonderful morning at 5:50 a.m. I am too. So Eldrad's that beat stick. He's got that toughness 4 life, walking around on foot like a champion. Got 6 wounds. He's boss. Armor of the Last Runes. He's basically got transhuman. He can't be wounded on a 1, 2, or 3 ever. And then each time a psychic test is rolled for Eldrad, you can just straight up re-roll it. So that's amazing. That's an amazing roll. If you're playing Althway, I almost guarantee you're going to use Eldrad. Let me check his points cost to make sure he's not insane. His points cost is 145. A regular Farseer on Skyraider is 120, and a Farseer is 90. Farseers are cheap. Cheap as chips. You may actually not run Eldrad at 145 when a Farseer is 90, but man, he's good at 145. Knows 3, denies 2, rerolls psychic test. What champion. Okay, moving on. We've got the Page of Autarchs. Everyone loves the Page of Autarchs. We got Autarch Skyrunner, regular old Autarch, and Prince Uriel. So Autarchs can still take an array of weapons based on a bunch of different aspect warriors. So you can take a Death Spinner. This is the Warp Spider gun. Dragon Fusion gun, a Reaper launcher, all kinds of stuff. Scorpion Chainsword, Starglaive. So very customizable. Death Spinner is Assault D6, Strength 6, AP2 AP2 1 damage blast. 12-inch range, probably not the best gun, but not terrible. Fusion gun is exactly what you'd expect. It's a modern day melta gun, so strength 9, -4, D6 plus 2 damage. Could take a fusion pistol, which is just a pistol version of that. Strength 8, and 6 inches. Reaper launcher, same weapon the Dark Reapers have, same exact stats. So 1 shot, strength 8, -2, 3 damage, or the other profile 2 shots, strength 5, -2, 2 damage. Got the Banshee Blade, which is just a strength +1, AP -4 power sword. Scorpion Chainsword, which is make an additional attack with this weapon, +2 strength, -1 AP, 1 damage. And then a Starglaive, which is if you're riding a bike, I believe. ×2 strength, AP -3, 2 damage. So a whole bunch of nifty little weapons you can give them. Very customizable creature. And then we have the Howling Banshee Mask, which is what the Howling Banshees just do. So ignores Overwatch, ignores Set to Defend. I believe Fight Last. Yes, Fight Last as well, in a turn which I charged you. Amanda Blaster Scorpion upgrade. 6 is to wound, inflict immortal. Swooping Hawk Wings turns his move into move characteristic of 14, gives him jump back and fly, and sudden assault ability. Sudden assault, I want to say, is go into reserve. Almost positive. Yep, we just read that. Proud of myself. And then the Autarch Jump Generator, which will turn it into 12-inch move, give it the jump pack keyword, and turns it into a Warp Spider, which we'll get to as far as moving around the board. You can give it pretty much whatever you want, if I'm being honest from that list. It doesn't seem to be much stipulations. You can give it an Autarch Jump Generator and a Handling Banshee Mask. You can give it one of the weapons. You can give it one of the rules. It's cool. It's a natural reroll 1 to hit aura, so it's like a Space Marine captain, just giving out rerolls. Blowing your nose or be destroyed. My nose is somewhere else. I got allergies. It's that. My nose is somewhere else. It's that time of year. Florida weather. And then the Superlative Strategist. While any unit from your army with this ability is on the battlefield or embarked in transport, you can use the command reroll strat twice during a phase instead of just once, which is amazing, especially when you consider you can combine it with those fate dice. You can really manipulate your die rolls to just tell your opponent what's going to happen. Very similar to Miracle Dice from Sisters. There's no rolling. I'm just going to pass the stuff. Brad, this army is for you. Autarch Skyrunner. So same thing as before. Very bikey stats. Bikes basically just get you to 6 wounds and toughness 4 in this army. Move characteristic 16. That's pretty cool. It's equipped with a laser lance. This guy has a lot fewer options. A laser lance is what the Shining Spears have. It is strength 6, AP 4, 2 damage, 6-inch range, so same shooting as before. In melee, it's +1 strength, so only strength 4. In the turn it charges, though, it goes up to +3 strength instead of +1, so it'll go up to strength 6. So pretty much the same, -4 and 2 damage. So laser lance is exactly the same as its current rendition. And you can replace its laser lance with either a Dragon Fusion Gun or a Banshee Blade. Banshee Blade, again, is that slightly better power weapon, and a Fusion Gun is a modern-day melting gun. Still a Captain, 4-up Invul, still gets you do the rerolls as many times as you want, or twice during the same phase for command phase, and auto advance 6. Then we have Prince Uriel. Prince Uriel is standard autarch. He's got that 6th wound, just for being a special character. 5 attack still. He's got the Eye of Wrath is a gun. It's a 6-inch range of gun, so that's pretty worthless. Strength 6, AP 3, 2 damage. That's pretty good. It's Assault 1. That's pretty bad. At least it's Assault, so you can advance and shoot it. You got the same rules for being an autarch, but then you've got the Prince of the Corsairs. He's a Corsair. He's a Yandin, I guess. Actually, he's not a Corsair. He's a Yandin. Didn't know that. Before the battle, when placing units into Strategic Reserve, if your army contains this model, you can have the power rating of Yandin units for the purposes of determining combined power rating for units placed in Strategic Reserve. That's actually quite good. Having the power level is very good, because it really messes with your ability to put stuff into Strategic Reserve, which I think is one of the strongest deployment options in the game. And that's pretty much that. So, neat. You're probably not playing Yandin, but if you are, boom. One of the reasons Nick started his own business is so he didn't have to get up at 5 for work. For real. What is this? It's make my own hours, they said. Why did I make this my own hours? What the hell is this? Phoenix Lord time! Boom, 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 boom. I'll show this off because it's cool. Don't screenshot it. I'm moving it back and forth. Thanks. Okay. We got the Azure Men. Azure Man. Not the Azure lady, unfortunately. Phoenix Lords. They all have 6 wounds. They all have 6 attacks. They all have 2-up saves. They don't all have invuls, interestingly enough. But Azureman has a 3-up invul. He's got a 6-shot 24-inch gun, the Bloody Twins. Strength 4, AP 2, 2 damage shuriken. That's actually quite nice, just walking around popping off 6 shots every turn. In combat, he's strength 6, minus 3, 3 damage, and every wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 wounds in addition to normal damage. This guy's actually quite disgusting. Let's see what he does for his special rules. They all have your normal battle focus, strands of fate, favorite of Cain, which are all just the rules for playing Eldar. What is favorite of Cain? Probably just playing Eldar the rule. I don't know. What it even says this? It says 142. I'm on 142. Favorite of Cain. Where are you at? So all Phoenix Lords have 4 bindles. Okay. They can lose a maximum 3 wounds per turn, and they can never have a Relic or Warlord trait. So this is just being a Phoenix Lord. So all Phoenix Lords only, they have that Nightbringer, Deceiver, Gazgul, Thraka rule where they only lose 3 wounds per turn. They all have 4 bindles. That's really good. Proud of them. Proud of them. Oh, okay. Let's see. While a friendly Dire Avenger unit is within 6 inches of this model, add 2 to its leadership characteristic of models in that unit, and it gives the objective security ability. So it gives your Dire Avengers better leadership in OBSEC. I wonder if Dire Avengers are worth taking. I know they moved to Elites now, which is quite the nerf. Rest in peace, my friends. But with OBSEC, maybe. Baharath, this is Jack Harpster's favorite. Shout out, my boy. This thing's got 4 shots, strength 6, AP 2 damage on his gun. He's the Flying Swooping Hawk Exarch, so he moves 14. Otherwise, similar aspect of Phoenix Lord stats. Shining Blade is going to put him up to strength 5, minus 3, and 2 damage. He's got 6 attacks, of course. Unmodified hit rolls of 6, scores an additional hit. So that's pretty neat. He's got a broken rule. When this model makes a consolidation move or a battle focus move, instead of moving it, you can remove it from the battlefield and just deep strike anywhere 9 inches away. So you run in there, you chop something up with your axe, and you just say, I'm out! Caw-caw! And then you just leave. You go somewhere else. And keep yo-yoing your Baharath. You piss your opponent off to no end. And if you make him one of your to the last, you just are going to max that one out for 5 points. He's awesome. He's awesome. All right, everyone. My nose is just gonna explode. So I'm gonna go ahead and click this beautiful transition button, so you can one day I'll find it. I'll send you off to this beautiful army painter profile so you can see John Lennon painting an army. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to blow my nose. Goodbye.
I have to paint an entire Eldar army in 3 days. We're teaming up with the Army Painter to use their brand new speed paint to showcase 3,000 points of Craftworld Eldar. This is going to be one of the hardest paint challenges I've ever attempted. There's going to be blood, sweat, and tears, but at the end of it, hopefully there's going to be an Eldar army. Join us live on our YouTube channel from Friday to Sunday as I complete this monumental task.
Talk about perfect timing. I mean, can you believe that? You can't believe that. I timed that so well, and I blew my nose. Okay, back to Fugan. Fugan, one of my faves. Exactly what you'd expect stat-wise. He's up to Strength 5, Toughness 5. I have no idea why. Everyone else is Strength 4, Toughness 4 in Phoenix Lord land. But Fugan, this little Eldar man from 3rd edition, he's a BAMF. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. He's got an 18-inch lance, melted lance, strength 10, AP 4, D6 plus 4 damage, because he ain't messing around. We got a beam shot, so same thing as the Avatar's gun. It's a 12-inch assault 1, strength 6, AP 3, 4 damage beam. It's 4 damages. This guy slaps. So you shoot this beam, it's 12 inches long, you draw a line from your base to your opponent's base, and everything under that line just eats a hit at strength 6, minus 3, and 4 damage. And then in combat, Mofo is strength 5, minus 4, and 3 damage with his 6 attacks. Each time this model makes a ranged attack that targets a vehicle or monster, reroll wound rolls of 1. That's lovely. And because especially Phoenix Swords don't really give themselves or get rerolls. They don't have any of the Craftworld keywords, so they're not benefiting from being built hand or whatever. So they don't get rerolls. They're not core, of course. So this is one of the only ways they'll get rerolls, giving it to themselves. That's nice. While a friendly Fire Dragon is within 6 this model, add 2 to their leadership. I'm just going to stop saying that. I'm sure we're adding 2 to everybody's leadership for the Phoenix Lords. Unless we're not. I'll tell you if we're not. And give them OBSEC. Okay, so all the Phoenix Lords are just going to give their own Phoenix thing OBSEC. I forgot to read that for Baharoth and Swooping Hawks. But it's also true. So Baharoth makes your Swooping Hawks OBSEC. Yugen makes himself OBSEC. And then, of course, they all actually have their own keywords. Baharoth is a Swooping Hawk. Ajman's a Dire Avenger. Fugin's a Fire Dragon. So they themselves are OBSEC, which is awesome. Edwin, I've been doing a stream since 5 a.m. Florida time. And why? Because it's 10 a.m. or now 11 a.m. in Europe, in England. And in England, that means we can talk about Warhammer. So today, we're going to talk about Warhammer. 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Then we got Mrs. JZ, Jane Zard, the J Zizzle. She's got the, same stuff. I believe she was previewed as well. 6 shotgun, range 12, strength 6, AP 3. Nice little pistol there, just silent death. And then she's got 2 different profiles on her blades. One will put her up to strength 6, AP 3, and 2 damage with her 6 attacks. The other will make her have 12 attacks at strength 4, only AP 3 and 1 damage. She's got other war gear called the Terror's Lament. Each time you select an enemy unit to be made as a target of a charge. So it's like a Banshee mask, but like insane. So each time you select an enemy unit that is a target to be made of a charge, you don't have to make it, you just declare them. Until the end of the phase, that enemy unit cannot overwatch, set to defend. While an enemy unit is within engagement range of the bearer, subtract 1 from the attack characteristics, and that enemy is not eligible to fight until the end. Fight last. So better Banshee mask, and you can just say, if you want, you could be like, all units within 12, I'm declaring you as a charge target. Nobody can overwatch you set to defend. 99.9% chance you fail your charge against all units within 12, because you do have to make combat with all of them, and you have 140mm base, and it's going to be quite challenging. But forget if she passes her charge, she can just say everybody fails their overwatch, or cannot. She's an acrobat, meaning she can advance and charge, and she's -1 to hit, and then of course she's making Banshees better. OBSEC and +2 leadership. Bradley, this one's for you. We got K Rangers up in the house, K Max, K Zizzy. So he's got the standard Phoenix Lord stats. The Arhaz Bane is shooting, 2 shots, strength 5, AP 1, 2 damage, shuriken. That is cool. Whatever. The word I cannot pronounce is his melee attacks. So this is his sweep profile. He can make 2 hit rolls for every attack. So 12 attacks at strength 6 -2, 1 damage. What a master of killing people. And then he's got the Ara's Bane, which is 6 attacks. This is the big profile. Strength 8 -4, 2 damage. So tons of relatively low damage. Damage 1, damage 2. And every 6 wound against a non-vehicle will inflict 2 mortals in addition to normal damage. So he's just a murder machine for like basic infantry, 2 wound infantry, just slaughters all that stuff. That's pretty cool. Like 14 attacks with 6 to wound doing mortals, that's insane. Sustained Assault is a special rule. Each time a melee attack is made by this model, an unmodified hit roll 6 scores 1 additional hit. But these cannot benefit from the Scorpion's Bite ability, which is the 6 to wound 2 mortals. So you got to be a little careful separating those out when you're doing your piles. Karandras actually infiltrates. He has the advanced positions rule, so he can set up like a ranger, just 9 inches away, like a scout. I have no idea why. Just 9 inches away from the enemy when he shows up. Don't go second. He's just going to get shot in the face. But if you have a nice out-of-line-of sight position to infiltrate onto, I could see it being cool. If you have any redeploys, it's really cool. Okay. And then Shadow Hunter. While friendly striking Scorpion... Oh, why am I reading that? They're obsecondly at +2 leadership. Good job, Scorpions. Magen Ra, the Magatar. Greg Sparks, I know you're not listening out there because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 6 now, but it's 5 o'clock in Ohio. Now it's 6 o'clock still. Damn it. But this one's for you. So, standard Phoenix Sword stats. He's got the Magatar, which is his gun. 6 shots. They've increased it. Strength 7, they've increased that. AP 2, they've increased that. 2 damage, they increased that. What an improvement. This guy just bombed 6 autocannon shots down the field at AP 2. Each time an attack roll is made with this weapon, unmodified wound roll 6, it deals a mortal wound. That's cool, in addition to damage. Then he's strength 6 -2, 2 damage in combat. So he's not slouched because your basic stats for a Phoenix Lord are awesome. Let's go through these points. So, Magen Ra's 150. He pricey. Most of them are 140. Jay-Z is 140. Karandras is 140. Baroth is 140. Fugan is 160. And Ajramen is 150. So they're in that 140 to 160 range. Poor Fugan's the most expensive one. Models do not receive the benefits of dense cover from this model. That's cool. You get light cover though, that's weird, but sure. Nor dense cover. Always hit on 2s. Each enemy model that is destroyed by an attack by this model counts as 2 during the morale phase. That's actually quite nice. Like, this guy could slaughter an entire infantry squad. I'm sorry, fans. You have to listen to me blow my nose on stream. And then he makes Dark Reapers better. Who would have thought? Alright. That's enough of the Phoenix Lords. We're going off into other characters. Alec Knight Spear. This is the Aliatok Ranger special character. I'm just going to have the points flipped open so I can do it. Pretty much what you'd expect for Eldar strats. He's got a one-shot sniper rifle. It can ignore the lookout, sir, and each time inflicts an unmodified wound roll 4-up. The enemy target suffers D3 mortal wounds in addition to damage. It's strength 6, AP 3 damage. I'm glad the sniper weapons are actually good enough to kill a character now, but the bodyguard rule is still broken, so screw it. Not taking this guy. While this model is receiving the benefits to cover, it cannot be selected as the target of range attack unless the attacking model is within 12 inches. So you could use this guy to hold a backfield objective really effectively. I don't know if that's a problem Eldar is going to have, but it's a neat thought. You have to play Aliatok to actually use him, so only so many people will get the chance to. He hates Necrons. Each time this model makes an attack against Necrons, add 1 to the attack's hit and wound roll. Screw you, Siegs. And then the Ranger Cloak. Each time a range attack is allocated to this model while it's receiving the benefits of cover, add an additional 1 to any armor saving throws made against the attack. Cool. That is cool, I guess. He should never really be taking damage, but like that. But that is cool. Nick is allergic to elves now. I'm allergic to trees. Tallahassee, specifically. Florida. Yeah. Alec Knight Spear is roughly in the neighborhood of 90 points. well done, buddy. Spirit Seer, what you'd expect stat-wise, I think it's identical to its current stats. 4 wounds, that's the important part. It's got a Witch Staff, which is slightly different in close combat. It is a strength user with his mighty 2 attacks. So strength 3, 2 attacks. Always wounds on 2, so that'll get you by your strength 3. It's AP 1 and D3 damage. Neato, burrito. That Spirit Mark ability, so this is the thing the Ynnari Stratagem will let you spread around. While a friendly Craftworld Spirit Host core unit is when 6th model, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, reroll a wound roll of 1. The Spirit Host Stratagem from Ynnari lets you put these on like Wraith Lords and Constructs, Wraith Knights even. So reroll 1s to wound. Fine buff. And then it knows 1, it casts 1, it denies 1, and it knows from the Runes of Battle, which is the other trait, or the Runes of Fortune, which is the Farseer trait. So this guy can actually go for Farseers or Warlocks powers. Speaking of Warlocks, there's no Warlocks. That's interesting. Did I miss it? Did my fingers get stuck, or are we just in a different world out here? Farseers, Autarchs, Phoenix Lords, random special characters. Nope, there are no Warlocks in the HQ section. No Warlock Conclave, no Warlock Unit Choice, no Warlocks in the HQ section, ladies and gentlemen. Did not see that coming. Really didn't. Like I said, this is my first time reading the book just like it is yours, so we're learning together right here, right now. Which brings us to our mighty, mighty troop choice. The Guardian Defenders. Bum, bum, bum. Troops. So, Guardians. 10 to 20 Guardians a unit, and then heavy weapon platforms are 0 to 2. Interesting thing that John pointed out was if you take a 10-man Guardian unit and you add a single weapon platform to it, that becomes an 11-man unit, and then Siegs will blast you with his airburst and get free 6 hits per shot. So, maybe not the greatest choice there, but it certainly is a thing. Guardians, let's go through Guardians' cost. I'll tell you how much the Spirit Seer costs either. Spirit Seers are 70. That's actually fine. Guardians are 9 a pop. Heavy weapons are 20 base, and then you pay for the weapon on top of that. They have 4 armor now, so that's a nice upgrade to the Guardian. Otherwise, they're pretty much 3s across the board. 1 attack, leadership 7, move 7 because they're Eldar. 4 armor though, 3 up on that cannon. They're infantry, their core. Who would have thought? Their gun is pretty stock standard. It's up to 18 inches, which is lovely. It's Assault 2, Strength 4, AP 1, and Shuriken, of course, so it's actually doing something. Guardian Defenders. While this unit is within range of an objective, each time on that unit makes a ranged attack with a Shuriken weapon, reroll hit rolls of 1. Lovely. They don't have to hold the objective, they just have to be in range of it. So that's nice. They basically pretty much always reroll 1s to hit between your Autarch or being near an objective. Or when are you not putting your OBSEC troops near an objective? When they're not doing anything. That's the only time. When the last Guardian Defender model unit is destroyed, any remaining heavy weapon platforms are lost or also destroyed. It just tells you how to use heavy weapon platforms. But heavy weapon platforms are a model in all purposes. They still are 2 wounds. They have 3 up armor. Just a thing you can take. Cool. Guardians. We got Rangers. Rangers are 13 points a model. They have their heavy sniper rifle. That's 36 inches, strength 4, AP 1, 1 damage, and then they can ignore Lookouters and 6s to inflict mortals. They can be equipped with one of the following: Gloomfield or Wireweave Net. Gloomfield is if the attacking model is more than 18 inches away, the bearer's unit is treated as having dense cover. Neat. And the Wireweave Net is you can select this when the unit is selected as a target of charge. Roll a d6. The charging unit takes d3 mortals and suffers -2 to charge. That's actually quite good. So how many points are those upgrades? Rangers are 13 points each, and each of those are 5, so 65 to 70 point squad for 5 dudes. They advance deploy, so they infiltrate. And then every time they're benefiting from cover, they add 1 to their saving throw. Oddly enough, if they're benefiting from any type of cover, so dense cover, which you'll get from your Gloomfield, you'll get +1 to your save, which will put you to a 4. Or if you're actually in light cover, it'll put you to a 3. So that's pretty cool. Then we have Storm Guardians, same thing, 10 to 20 in unit size. I'm glad it's no longer 8 to 24. That was just weird. And then, of course, they can have 2 platforms, which is new. They start off with a Shuriken Pistol and a Guardian Combat Weapon. The Guardian Combat Weapon is just Strength User and -1 AP, but it makes an additional attack, so it'll be 2 attacks per model. They could take a Serpent Shield, which gives all models in the unit a 5-up invul against range attacks, which is really good. And then each time a ranged attack is made against the unit, an unmodified wound roll of 1 or 2 of the attack fails, regardless of strength. So baby trait team. Very good, very good. We're going to blow our nose again. Sorry, stream. For every 10 models, you can add some flamers to your squad or some fusion guns to your squad. Your sergeant or 2 guardians can be equipped with a power sword, which is exactly what you'd expect. +1 strength, -3 AP. So you can take a 20-man unit and give it 4 power swords, give it 4 flamers, any of that stuff. That's neat. Each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack against an enemy unit that's in range of an objective marker, you reroll ones to hit because you're storming the objectives. And then their crude weapon platforms. That's what's equipped with the Serpent Shield. So you're going to take at least one of the Serpent Shields because 5 in from range attacks is awesome. That's pretty cool. Storm Guardians actually like quite a bit. 5 invul range attacks. Then we have Corsair Void Weavers, another troop choice, a new unit troop choice I've never heard about. Corsair Void Weavers. Bow. Please don't screenshot it. You can, I suppose, but I'll be sad. Every model is equipped with a Shuriken Pistol, Eldar Power Sword, and Plasma Grenades. This is another troop choice. They are 3s across the board stat-wise, weapon skill, strength, toughness, 1 wound models with 2 attacks and a 4-up armor save. They walk around 7 inches like everybody else. Their Mist Shield gives them a 4-up invul. I don't know who has a Mist Shield. It looks like just the Sergeant can have a Mist Shield, so the Sergeant will have a 4-up invulnerable save. Their weapon is AELDARI Power Sword, which is just what you'd expect, +1 strength, -3 AP. All Corsair Void Weaver models in the unit can replace their Power Sword and Shuriken Pistol with a Shuriken Rifle. The Shuriken Rifle is a rapid fire, strength 4 AP, 1 damage, 24 in shot. It's like a bolter. It's like an intercessor bolter, whatever, auto bolt rifle, regular bolt rifle. It's like a bolt rifle. That's what it is. So you'll probably keep your Power Sword, because Power Swords are good. Your Sergeant can take a Neuro Disruptor or a Shuriken Rifle. A Neuro Disruptor is what a Harlequin dude has. Strength 6, AP 3, 1 damage. Pistol shot. Does a mortal wound if it scores a hit, unless the target is a vehicle. Nito Burrito. You can take that Mist Shield, which I mentioned, is a 4-up invul for the Sergeant himself. For every 5 models in the unit, you can replace your stuff with a Blaster or a Shredder. Exactly the same as they are in Drukhari. They're just Corsairs now, so Blasters at strength 8 AP 4 D6 damage shot, and then Shredder's D6 shot, strength 6 -1 blast. And if the unit contains 10 models, it can take 1 Wraith Cannon. What a strange unit. A Wraith Cannon, the modern profile is now 18 inches instead of 12, strength 10, AP 4, D3 +3 damage. It's assault 1, so you can move and shoot no penalty, advance and shoot even. And each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal to target in addition to damage. They are Reavers of the Void. Unmodified hit rolls of 6 automatically wound. And they're outcasts and pirates. Who doesn't like pirates? Pirates they can go into your army even though they don't make sense, meaning that they're Corsairs and they don't follow any of your rules and they don't ruin your stuff. I'm sorry, that's not this rule. I just made that up entirely. They don't count as your compulsory troops unless that contains only Anthrari units and Wrath. I just said that all wrong. Okay, I don't really understand Corsairs. They're a strange unit. We're going to go over here. They're Drukhari. Faction keyword Drukhari. Just include them in your Drukhari list. Also faction keyword Asuryani. But they don't... They're just strange. They're just a strange thing. Okay. Corsair Void Scared. Corsairs, how much points are Corsairs? What is going on with Corsairs? Really don't know. Corsairs are 10 points a model for Void Weavers. Oh, we're in the Elite section now. Check that out. Corsair Void Scared are 12 points a model. They're Elites. So they strike me very similarly. 3s across the board. They go up to 3 attacks each. The Sergeant's got 4. They can also include 0 to 1 Void Shade Runners, 0 to 1 Soul Weavers, and 0 to 1 Way Seekers, which are all same. It's a very similar stat wise. Bunch of 3s across the board infantry. So a Void Scared model is equipped with an AELDARI Power Sword and a pistol. A Shade Runner, you can have one of these, has Hecatari Blades. She's like a witch. A Soul Weaver has Chandler Stones, which will, once per turn, the first time a saving throw has failed for the various unit, change the damage characteristic of 0. It's one of those weird abilities to keep you alive a little longer. And then we have the Way Seeker, which is equipped with a Witch Staff, which will, it's like a Spirit Seer stick, always wins you on 2, that kind of thing. They can replace their power swords with shuriken rifles. You're almost certainly not going to do that. Sergeant can take sergeant stuff, still get that 4-up invul for him. For every 5 models, you can take a blaster or shredder. You can take 1 wraithkin for every 10. Very similar to the troop version of this unit. You can take 1 ranger light long rifle, which that's the ranger gun. You can take 1 fusion pistol in this unit, and you can take 1 foul shoe, which means it ignores light cover. While this unit contains a Shade Runner model, so this is one of the 0 to 1 models you can give it. Each time an enemy unit finishes a charge move, you can select the 1 enemy unit with an engagement range. Or sorry, each time this unit makes a charge move, select a unit with engagement range on a 2 through 5, it suffers immortal. On a 6, it suffers 2. If you take a, no, that's about it. Each time a model's unit makes an attack, a non-notified hit roll 6 automatically wounds. That's just their rule. That's pretty cool. A Way Seeker is a Psyker, so you can make 1 model in this unit a Psyker. This is a really strange unit. I have no idea what is going on here. We're going to figure out if this is good later. I don't think it is. I think it's a lot of complicated words that take up an entire page and just confuse people. But you never know. Maybe I'm mistaken. Corsairs freak me out. Warlocks! Warlocks are an elite choice. What a time to be alive. You can have 1 to 6 Warlocks in a unit, so no more 10-man conclaves. And you can only have 1 to 3 in Warlock Skyrunner units. Would you look at that? So Warlocks are pretty much the same stat-wise. Bunch of 3s, 2-1 models, 2 attack models. Their weapons are more or less the same as before. They are 1 to 6 Warlocks. So if the unit has a starting strength of 1, you can give it has the character keyword. So a single Warlock is a character. A large unit of Warlocks, 2 or more Warlocks, becomes a unit of Warlocks that loses the character keyword. Excuse me. And then this unit can attempt 1 power and deny 1 power. It knows Smite. If it has a starting strength of 4 or more, it knows an additional power and can manifest an additional power. It's Warlocks. Neat. Warlock Skyrunners. Gone are the days of 10-man seer councils running around with Doom and Jinx and Guide and Protect and Fortune and all that stuff. Now you are capped at 3 at most. You can have 1 to 3. So pretty much what you'd expect from this unit. Same thing. Same stats as before for being on a bike. 3 wounds, toughness 4, 2 attacks, move 16. Weapons are all modernized. If it gains the character keyword, if it's a solo Warlock on a bike, otherwise it's a unit. If your army's battlefield for each Farseer, this is the same thing for regular Warlocks. If your army's battlefield for each Farseer in your attachment, 1 Warlock's can be included in that attachment without taking a battlefield role slot. That's lovely. Your elites are probably crowded full of Aspect Warriors and Wraith stuff. On the bright side, though, they're still subject to Rule of 3. And then their psychic capacity is leave the same. If it takes 1 or 2, it knows 1. If you have a 3-man unit, it knows an additional. And it can attempt to manifest an additional. Points on these bad boys are looking like Warlocks regular are 20 points a model. Warlock Skyrunners are 35. If the unit contains 1 model, a Warlock costs 40 all of a sudden. So it literally costs you the same to take 2 Warlocks in a unit as 1 character Warlock. And for Warlock Skyrunners, it's 35 and 60. So you got a slight discount taking one character over 2 Skyrunners. Very interesting. My apologies for listening to my nose. 1 to 6 for foot and 1 to 3 for bikes as far as number of models go. Storm Guardians are 8 points a model. Regular old-fashioned Guardians are 9 points a model. So I really think I like Storm Guardians more, although 18 inches on that shuriken gun is good. Dire Avengers! Dire Avengers have gained a shot. They are now same stats as before, although they have 2 attacks per model in close combat. That's neat. I think all Aspect Warriors will just have 2. Yeah, Fire Dragons on the next page over have 2. Their Avenger Shuriken Catapult is 18 inches still. 3 shots, though. AP 2 and 1 damage, so it actually slaps around quite well. The bear has a 4-up invul save if he takes a Shimmer Shield, so Shimmer Shield only applies to the Exarch now and gives him a 4-up. Take a Power Glaive, it's +2 strength, -2 AP, and 2 damage, so your Exarch can actually slap around a little bit. Aspect Armor, this is just an ability they have. That's really cool. Models in this unit have a 5 invul. Dire Avengers just walk around, waltz through life with their 5-up invul. Gotta love that. And then they can perform actions and not fail while shooting. Shoot and perform actions. That's really good for rods and stuff. I could see taking some Dire Avengers. How many points are they? Don't be more than 13. I don't want anything more than 13. 12! Pleasant surprise. Always a pleasant surprise. Fire Dragons. Fire Dragons are pretty much what you'd expect. They're toughness 4 for some awesome reason. I don't know. I guess Fugin's tougher than usual, so Fire Dragons 2. Been training in volcanoes their entire lives, I'm sure. Got their 2 attacks for being a Phoenix, or for being an Aspect Warrior. Their Melt-A-Gun is a little bit more upgraded. It's called the Dragon Fusion Gun. Same thing the Altar could take. Strength 9 now. Screw you, Knights. AP 4, and then D6 plus 2 damage at any range brackets, so they just hit harder. Models in the unit have a 5 invul, so it looks like all Aspect Warriors just get a 5-up invul for being Aspect Warriors. And then each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a vehicle or monster, you reroll 1s to wound. That's lovely. They're pretty reliable at killing a vehicle. How many points are they? They are 23 points a model, which isn't cheap for a unit that has to get right next to the enemy to fire and then dies because it's a bunch of toughness 4. Still not that tough, idiots. I don't know if you're going to see these competitively, but they're kind of cool. I like Fire Dragons. Okay. We've got Howling Banshees. Talk about 0 to hero. Stats, what you'd expect. I believe they did preview. They move 8. 3s across the board. 3 attacks. They have extra attack over other over other Aspect Warriors. They have a Banshee Blade and a Howling Banshee Mask. Banshee Mask is once again no Overwatch, no set to defend, and fight last when I charge you. Banshee Blades make them strength 4, AP 4, 1 damage. They have 5 invuls, of course. They can advance and charge, and they're -1 to hit always. It's really good. And then each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, if that model's unit made a charge move, add 1 to their wound roll, which really helps with that strength 4 problem. The Banshee's Exarch can take some weapons and Executioner, which will give it some better stats, +2 strength, -3 AP, and 2 damage. So that'll buffer up to strength 5 with +1 to wound on the charge, AP 3, 2 damage. She can take Mirror Swords, which is 2 attacks instead of for every 1, so she'll have 8 attacks at strength 4, AP 3, 1 damage. So the Banshee Exarch can slap. Banshees, let's see how many points cost. They are. I should just keep a paintbrush. Handy dandy army painter paintbrush on the points page, so I don't have to keep flipping back and forth. Howling Banshees are 18 points a model. They aren't cheap, but they are good. Striking Scorpions. Everyone but mine's favorite, apparently. I really don't think these guys are that cool. They have a Scorpion Chainsword, which is +2 strength, bringing it to strength 5, AP 1, and they make an additional attack for each thing, so 3 attacks base. This will make them 4, and strength 5, AP 1. It's not bad. They have Manda Blasters as their ability. I think it's just for the Exarch. No, every model is equipped with any Manda Blasters. So every time an unmodified wound roll of 6 happens, with their 4 attacks per guy, they will also deal Immortal. They have 5 invulns, and then every time a melee attack is made by a model unit, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores an additional hit. And then these do not benefit from Mandy Blasters. So there's just free Strength 4 hits, basically. Free Strength 5 AP 1 hits. There's 17 a pop. All right, everybody. I need a moment because the coffee is running through my system. Just going through. And doing its thing. So instead, I will give you a wonderful War Room commercial where you can learn about what it's like to be in the War Room. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
There's so many rules in 40K, hundreds of events, and constant updates. Skip the learning curve of Warhammer and join the pros. Art of War is led by multiple world champions with decades of success. We teach clinics, stream games, and inspire you to succeed at your favorite hobby. Join our global community of gamers just like you.
Don't worry, everyone. I am back. I have returned. Hopefully you didn't miss me for too long. Oh, okay. All right. War Room is by far the most value of any premium channel. The guys are all super engaged and the content better than anyone else's for competitive 40K. Thank you so much, Fluff Crunch and Mini. Genuinely appreciate your endorsement. Why am I blurry? There, I'm not blurry. Okay. Don't know why that happened. We don't have to call Siegs at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 6:30 now. You should just be up. Yeah, it's a Saturday morning. I volunteered for this. The entire Art of War house, they were like, we should pre-record something and release it at 5. I'm like, no, I want to be live. I want the world to understand that I'm doing this. Appreciate you, Frosty Forge. All right, moving forward, we have everybody's favorites, the Wraiths, the Wraith constructs, the Wraith things. So Wraith Lords move to Elites. What a fun fact. Wraith Blades. They're all still 5 to 10. They move 5. Weapon skill, Blitz skill 3, Strength 5, Toughness 6, 3 wounds, 3 attacks. I don't think they changed stat-wise, and then Wraith Guard, their counterparts are exactly the same as well. You can take Ghost Axe or Ghost Swords. Let me see if there's a points difference in them. Wraith Blades are 40 regular or 45 with Ghost Axe and Force Shield. So if you take the Ghost Swords at 40, you're Strength 6, minus 3 AP, 1 damage. So a lot of just Strength 6 volume. You'll get plus 2 attacks, so you'll be 5 attacks per model. If you take the Ghost Axe, so 45 points a dude, your strength 7, minus 3 and 2 damage, no bonus attacks, so just better stats but fewer attacks, and your bearer has a 4-up invul for the shield, so this is probably how you're going to run them if you're going to run them, because they need to have a 4-up invul to be tough. 3 wounds, toughness 6, 4-up invul, and they're just base minus 1 damage. They're actually, that's quite tough, so Wraith Blades might not be bad. Wraith Guard, Wraith Guardians of the Galaxy. Your gun's pretty much the same. I'm sorry. Your gun's quite different. It's 18 inches, it's strength 10, minus 4, D3 plus 3 damage, and then 6 to wound is an additional mortal. And then Wraith Guard are 40 points or 45 with the D-Scythe, so instead of the Wraith Cannon, you can do D-Scythe. The D-Scythe is a flamer. Sorry, it's not a flamer, it's a roll and hit with it. It's just a 12-inch gun. It's assault D6, strength 10, AP4, 1 damage, and then a 6 to hit is 6 to wound is 1 mortal in addition to damage. So really powerful gun to blast. And they are war constructs. So models in this unit can make range attacks even when their unit is engagement range of enemy units. That's really good for the D-Scythe as well. Each model can only make such attacks against units they are engagement range with, etc., etc. So they can shoot into combat. Good job, Wraiths. Then we have Wraith Lords. Wraith Lords are interesting creatures. They are 100 points a model, and then you got to pay for their gun, so you can give it anything you want. Bright Lances, Missile Launchers, Ghost Glaive, Shuriken, Scatter, whatever. They are pretty much the same stats as before. Move 8, Weapon Skill 3, Strength 8, Toughness 8, 9 wounds. I think they were 10. I don't remember. 4 attacks, Leadership 9, 3 up armor. They're not characters, so the 9 wound thing doesn't do anything. They're core. All of the Wraith stuff is core. All of those aspect warriors are core. I haven't really talked about the core keyword. They're all core. Everything's core. They're still minus 1 damage. Their base fists are at the 100-point profile, or 4 attacks, strength 7, minus 3 damage. Just punching you. You can give it a big sword, the Ghost Glaive, in which case you'll make 2 hit rolls for every hit roll at strength 7, minus 2 damage. So that'll be 8 attacks. Or you can chop with your Ghost Glaive, and then that'll be strength 9, minus 4, D3 plus 3 with your 4 attacks. Then you can be given up to 2 guns, which just make it cost more. The guns are pretty solid. We'll get to the guns. Moving forward, we have the fast attack section. Bow! That's my fast attack noise. Wind Riders. 3 to 9 Wind Rider jet bikes. They're the same as before. Toughness 4, 2 wounds. 3 up armor, though. They've gained an armor save. They used to be 4 up armor. So that's pretty nifty. That's on 3s. They start with a Twin Shuriken Catapult. Twin Shuriken Catapult is Assault 4, AP 1, 18 inches. 18 inches is nice. Any number of models can replace their Twin Catapult with a Scatter Laser or a Shuriken Cannon. Let's check those points out. So Wind Riders are 20 points a model. A Scatter Laser is 5. A Shuriken Cannon is 10. So a Scatter Laser will give you 6 shots, strength 6, no other stats, so no AP, no damage. It's a heavy weapon. All the bikes, I believe, don't care for heavy weapons, so just a lot of strength 6s for 25 points a model. Alternatively, you go for Shuriken Cannon, which will be 30 points a model. This is 24 inches, heavy 3, so half the shots, lower range, but AP 1 and 2 damage for your strength 6. So you're probably not paying for Shuriken Cannons. I think you're going Shuriken Catapults, keep them cheap at 20, although I could see value to Scatter Lasers because volume from 36 inches away. When this unit advances, you flat advance 6, so base move 16 moves 22. That's pretty nifty. Each time model in this unit makes an attack with a Twin Shuriken Catapult against an enemy unit that was in range of an objective marker, reroll hit rolls of 1. Yeah, I think you're just going to take the 20-point version of these guys and use them as cheap little skirmishers. That's how I would do it. Move blockers, shooters. It's an assault weapon too, so you can still fire. They are also core. Bikes are core. Others got a lot of core. How much do Wraith Lord weapons cost? Great question, my friend. Everything's different. So, Flamers 5, Missile Launchers 15, Bright Lance is 20, Ghost Glaive is 15, Scatter Lasers 5, Shuriken Cannons 10, Star Cannons 15. And then you have to pay for 2 of them if you're going to take 2 of them. Alright, moving on. We've got Vipers. Vipers are one of my favorites. Same stats as before, I'm pretty sure. Move 16, weapon skill garbage, haha. Ballistic skill 3+, strength 4, toughness 5, 6 wounds, 2 attacks, armor save 3 up. So they are armed with a shuriken cannon and a twin shuriken catapult. Their base cost is Viper 40, not too expensive. They can pay for their weapons, so missile launchers 10, bright lance is 15, star cannons 10. So you're really going to pay 50 to 55 points for this thing. You can just put a weapon on it. Let's go through the weapon stats since we haven't actually done that. A missile launcher is heavy D6. It's got 2 profiles. The frag version is heavy D6, strength 4, AP 1 blast. The big shot is same as before, 48 inches, heavy 1, strength 8, AP 2, D6 damage. The Bright Lance is improved. Strength 8, AP 4, one shot. It is D3 plus 3 damage though instead of D6, so I like that as my anti-tank weapon of choice. Probably pay for that over the missile launcher if I'm being honest. Scatter Laser, same as I just read, so 6 shots, strength 6, no stats. Shuriken Cannon, same as I just read. Star Cannons. Heavy 2, strength 7, minus 3, 2 damage. So they gained a strength, which will make them a little bit more useful versus vehicles. Otherwise, they are the same. I think they changed from D3 damage to 2 damage, which is more modern and also better in most cases. Yeah. They can flat advance 6. They explode on a 6. Every unit within 3 takes on mortal. They are pretty unchanged, although 55 points for like a dude zipping around with a Bright Lance is not bad. Or you can give it like 40 and real cheap. Swooping Hawks! Swooping Hawks. Everyone's favorite. They are exactly the same stat-wise as currently, although they are up to 2 attacks each. Their Las Blaster is the same as before, and that is 4 shots. It's gone up a strength, so now it's 4 strength, 4 shots. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, automatic 6 roll to hit, automatically wounds. So a whole bunch of garbage shooting, but it's not bad. They have 5 up invuls because they're aspect warriors, of course. And they have the ability to deep strike from sudden assault. Skyleap allows, in your shooting phase, instead of making a battle focus move, you can remove the unit from the battlefield and set it up again anywhere on the battlefield more than 9 away from enemy models. I actually don't think Hawks are that great, but you can be really annoying with them, just like coming out, shooting some screen, and then deep striking away. Can be really useful for rods redeploying in the middle of the game like that, so I could see Hawks making lists for mission play, but not for damage. Bright Lances cost more than Dark Lances, or did I miss here? Let's double check. Bright Lances are 20 points on a Wraith Lord. Bright Lances are 20 points on a Wraith Lord. They are 15 points on a Viper. So it depends what platform you put it on. It's very dynamic pricing like that. So Hawks still have the grenade? Doesn't seem like it. Hawks don't seem to be doing mortal wounds when they fly over you or anything. I don't see anything like that. So that's gone. That might be an Exarch power. There's a whole bunch of powers and abilities and strats we haven't even gotten to yet. I'm just going through all the data sheets so we have a frame of reference first. And then I'll read the strats and then all that. This is going to be quite the long stream. We've been at it for an hour and 45. Okay, though. We're getting going. Oh, I'm taking a nap after this is done. 4 a.m. my butt. Okay, Orb Spiders. Orb Spiders, pretty much the same as before. They move 12 base. They do not fly. They have the jump pack keyword instead. 2 attacks each now because that's their gun. Each model is equipped with a Death Spinner. Death Spinner is different, so instead of being 2 shots, it's now just D6 blast shots. So it's 12 inches, strength 6, minus 2. Before it didn't have AP, it just rendered AP 4 on 6s to wound. Now it doesn't rend at all. It just does AP 2 all the time, D6 shots from being a blast. The Warp Jump Generator, they just have this. Each time the Bears unit makes a normal move, battle focus move, advances, fallbacks, or charges. Until that move is finished, models in that unit can move horizontally through models and terrain features, though they cannot end up in the middle of them. And then when the Bears unit makes a battle focus move, you can roll 2d6 instead of d6 to determine the maximum distance the models in the unit can move. If you do so, if you roll double ones, that unit suffers a normal wound. Okay, so not fly for the purposes of, like, ignoring forests. They will not ignore forests, the -2 penalty from dense terrain. They will not be able to charge flyers. But otherwise, they have fly, as far as I'm concerned. Not fly, but fly. And then they get to move very far after they're done shooting you. Screw it. Don't roll double ones. If you do, you take a mortal. No big deal. And all these Exarchs do have 2 wounds still. So that's neat. They got that 5-up invul. And they flicker jump. The first time in each phase, this unit is selected as a target of a charge. If the unit is not in engage range, it can just move 6 inches. Warp Spiders are amazing. How many points are Warp Spiders? This is an amazing unit. Warp Spiders are 20 points a model. Perfectly fine. I'd pay 100 points for this. This is really good. I wish the range was further than 12, but they're just really good. Shining Spears. So another aspect host. They are stats unchanged from before, but they gained an attack as all aspect warriors did. So they're 3 base now. Toughness 4 for being on the bike, 3 up armor. Everything else makes sense. We've already gone over the laser lance, same as before. The Exarch can have a star lance, which is the same as before. Yeah. This unit is pretty much the same. It just gained an attack. They don't have an invulnerable save, it looks like. So they have 5 for being aspect warriors. So Shining Spears used to just have a 4-up invul from shooting and no invul from close combat. Now they just have a 5-up always. And then they have the Ancestors Grace, Aerobatic Grace ability, which each time a ranged attack is made against this unit, subtract from the roll for that. So that's their extra level protection versus shooting. This unit is largely unchanged, just gaining attack to become more modern, gaining modern stat weapons. Stayed at 35 points a model, pretty much the same thing as before. Aspect Warriors have always had 2 wounds on their Exarchs, Yoni, so as much as we're whining about them getting 2 wounds before CSM, I would say that this is a soft pass because they literally had 2 wounds for like years and years and years. On the Exarch only on the Exarch. So then we have Shroud Runners, and then might I add, this is a really, really cool picture of Shroud Runners in here. That's like I think I like the base size, if I'm being honest. I think you always see like bikes on the smaller bases. They're easier to transport. They're also better competitively on the table with smaller bases. You can get into more positions with them. But I think they look really cool with the big bases. It's like, wow, it's like a whole story being told on the base. I'll show it off again because I'm like that. Look at that. That's cool. That's cool. Great. Tell me that's cool. Alexander Nanas, thanks so much for becoming a member of our wonderful community. That's where all the good stuff happens. Now you have access to all kinds of things, like videos and podcasts and whatever else. Appreciate your support. Shroud Runners. Now, we've actually previewed these before on this very channel, but for the completionist's sake, we will do it again. This is a brand new unit. Standard bike stats, so move 16, 3s across the board. They hit on 2s, which is a nice little bonus. They're 3 wounds a model, so that's actually 1 additional wound over like your standard bike dude in Eldar. It's Shining Spears are 2, Wind Riders are 2. 2 attacks, that's whatever. They have a 4-up armor, so a little worse on the armor save. They have a Ranger long rifle. These are the sniper bike models. They're snipers riding bikes. They auto advance 6. They receive light cover as if they were infantry. And then while they receive light cover, they get additional saves. So they just have to tag a ruin with their bike bases that move very fast, and then they'll get +2 to their cover saves. The 4-up save will actually become a 2-up armor save. So these guys are pretty tough to kill. 3 wounds each, 2-up armor, toughness 4. Far away. Every model has a Ranger long rifle and a scatter laser, so 6 shots and a Ranger shot coming out of them. At the start of your shooting phase, select 1 enemy unit within 12 of this unit until the end of the phase. Each time an outcast unit from your army makes an attack against an enemy unit with a Ranger long rifle or Voidbringer, which is, I guess, a relic or something. It doesn't tell me what Voidbringer is. The enemy does not receive the benefits to cover. So scatter lasers ignore cover. Oh no, it only works on Ranger long rifles. Okay, cool. Where's cover? And at the start of the first battle round, models in this unit can make a normal move. They cannot end this move with a 9 defending model. So nice little scouting screen. How many points today? That'll tell me how to use this unit. So it's 3 to 6 models, 35 points a model. So 100 to 200 points. I think if you're going to run them, you're probably going to run 3-mans to just like be skirmishing backfield. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to be hard to deal with, kind of poke around the units. They're not bad. They are certainly not bad. Good morning, Mr. Scary. How are you, my friend? Lovely to see you in chat. Okay, we got Warwalkers. Moving on to those heavy supports over here. Warwalkers, they're pretty much the same as before. Would you look at this? Games Workshop. James, what have you done here? No, it's the Warwalker. If you'll notice, right over here, there is an alignment issue where the move, weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, wounds, etc., all those characteristics are not directly under the name. So as you can see under strength and AP below, and over on support weapons, the number, the stat characteristic, falls directly under the stat name. The 10 does not fall right under the move for Warwalkers. Meaning, James, what's the quality control? What are you doing? What are you printing out here? This is an embarrassment. Highly disappointed. I'm really not. It's okay. Mistakes happen. I know. I make them all the time. So, if this Warwalker unit contains... What am I even reading? What you'd expect for stats. Their toughness 6, their 6 wounds, 3 up armor. That's their defense. They just have a 5 invul for their power field. That has not changed. They have advanced positions, which I believe lets them infiltrate. No longer do they outflank like they used to. They infiltrate. I think is worse. I actually like them outflanking a lot. Of course, you could pay strategic reserves for them. So, base cost, they have a variety of weapons like they used to. They can basically take 2 of any gun. They start out with 2 shuriken cannons, and they start out at 55 points a model. They pay 10 for missiles, so a double missile Warwalker is 75. Double Brilliant Lance Worker will be 85. A double Star Cannon 75, and double Shuriken Cannon, which you actually have to pay for, will be 65. So 65 to 85, depending on your loadout. Around the same points cost and on the same performance. They infiltrate instead of outflank, which I think is a nerf. They're okay. Dark Reapers. Everyone's Dark Creepers. They, instead of always hitting on 3s, this is the same rule Mag and Ra had. They no longer always hit on 3s all the time, no matter what. Go screw yourself. They just ignore benefits of dense cover. So they actually are not as good versus flyers. Random things like Alexis's do piss them off. It's a very strange unit. Very, very subtle nerf there. Their gun, the Reaper Launcher, is exactly the same. 1-shot, strength 8, minus 2 and 3 damage, or 2-shot, strength 5, minus 2 and 2 damage. Lovely. Tempest Launcher is exactly the same. 36 inches, heavy 2d6, strength 4, minus 2. Blast now. I think it was a blast before. They can shoot units not closest, not visible. Dark Reapers have not changed. Let's see if their points have changed. Dark Reapers... 150 for 5, and that's their unit size. There is no messing around with it. No longer 3 to 10. It's just 5 Dark Reapers for 150. 30 points a model. Okay? You take 5 Dark Reapers, it's 150 points. Done. Clean. Support weapons. Okay. We need to have a moment here. You know why we have to have a moment here? It's because look at that. Nope, don't look like that. Nope. You see that? Right there. Look at that tax characteristic. Right there. I don't know if you can see it. You know what it says? It says 7. What the hell were they thinking giving support weapons 7 attacks? It's not even like they're that good. They're strength 3. They have no stats to it. But man, it really bothers me that these freaking support weapons have 7 attacks. It's just embarrassing. Why are they better at fighting than everything in the game? I bet on the spoiler it doesn't have 7 attacks. 2 guardians handing a gun. What do? They hit you with it? They're sitting in a platform. Okay, we're gonna move on. Because we're already 2 hours in, and there's a lot more to cover. So support weapons are they hit you on 3s, toughness 5, 5 wounds, 7 freaking attacks, and a 4 up armor save. So 4 up armor save I think was a nerf. I think they had 3 up before. Could be mistaken. T-Cannon is heavy D3 shots, strength 12, minus 4 AP, D6 plus 2 damage. Very similar to that Wraith Cannon, but it's a D cannon now. It is a blast. It can shoot things that are not visible to the target, so that's always really good, and it does mortal wounds on 6s to wound. Support weapons are 45 points base. With a D cannon, you'll pay 20 more for 65. It's pretty in line with what it currently costs. Vibro Cannon is plus 10 points, so 55 for that, and then the Shadow Weaver itself is 40. 45 was the base cost I said. 45. So Shadow Weaver is he lost its rending, but it's just AP -2 now, kind of the same as a shuriken weapon. That's insane. It's a lot of AP2 and direct fire. Hate that, GW. Why do you keep doing this? We nerfed Hive Guard to introduce Shadow Weavers. Good job. We didn't even nerf Hive Guard. What am I saying? We nerfed rocket trucks. Rule 3. What? Stop putting indirect in this game. Stop giving your indirect fire 7 attacks. Screw support weapons. And then Vibro Cannons are heavy D6 now, so more shots. Strength 7, AP 1, 2 damage. Let's see what their artillery and crew rule is. Each support weapon and its crew are treated as a single model for all rules purposes. This means the crew don't really exist. You cannot advance, is never eligible to perform a charge or heroic, cannot pile in or make consolidate moves. They move 6 as well, which is normal, but it's a good thing they don't move like 2, because then they would struggle to fall back. And then Sonic Destruction is a rule they have. In your shooting phase, if an enemy unit is selected as the target of 2 or more Vibro Cannon models and this unit are equipped with, until the end of the phase, each time an attack made with the Vibro Cannon targets an enemy unit that automatically hits the target, that hit automatically targets if it... I'm reading this so poorly. My eyes are bleeding. In your shooting phase, if any enemy unit, excluding units that can fly, is selected as a target of 2 or more Vibro Cannon models in this unit are equipped with, until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made with a Vibro Cannon that targets that enemy unit, that attack automatically hits the target. If an enemy unit, excluding units that can fly, is selected as the target of 3 or more Vibro Cannons in this unit, until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made with a Vibro Cannon targets the enemy unit, add 1 to the attack's win roll. That is the wordiest sentence I've ever heard. Basically, you get +1 to hit if you have 2 of them shooting, or you automatically, if you have 2 of them shooting, the same non-fly enemy unit, and if you have all 3 of your Vibro Cannons shoot the same non-fly enemy, you get +1 to wound. Holy crap, I hate Vibro Cannons. I just hate this unit. This unit pisses me off. I'm flipping the page. Okay, moving on. Falcon! Not to be confused with the Falcon from 40k. He is a stats guru. This is a vehicle in the 41st millennium. So, Falcons move 16, move 12, move 8 when they degrade. They have 12 wounds base. Their attacks degrade, no one cares. And their ballistic skill degrades from 3 up to 4 up to 5 up. Their stats pretty much remain the same. This is the same chassis that all of the vehicles, Night Spinner, Falcon, and Fire Prism, and Wave Serpent have, although Wave Serpent has 13 wounds. These have 12. So that's their chassis. They all degrade the same way, I'm pretty sure. Yes. Let's check the points costs on all these bad boys. Falcons are 140 base, and then you can pay for a variety of upgrades or weapons. Fire Prisms are 160 base. Night Spinners are 140 base. And Wave Serpents, which we'll get to all these in rules-wise, but we'll cover their points. Wave Serpents are 140 base. Okay. So Falcon has Scatter Laser and a Twin Shuriken Catapult. And then you can replace your Scatter Laser... Oh, and a Pulse Laser. And you can replace your Scatter Laser with whatever heavy weapon of your choice. You can replace your Shuriken Catapult with a Shuriken Cannon if you want. You can take vehicle upgrades, which I don't know what they do. We will get to them. Oh, it says it right here. Okay, so the Pulse Laser is 2-shot, Strength 9, AP 3, D3 plus 3 cannon shot. Nice to see it modernize that damage profile. It's pretty good. And of course, you can buy it. So you buy this thing like a Pulse Laser in Bright Lance. It's 165. It's got like 3 good anti-tank shots. It's mediocre. This is expensive for those 3 anti-tank shots. They're good anti-tank shots, though. I wouldn't say this is garbage. It's just like, it's pricey. Crystal Targeting Matrix means you can ignore all hit roll modifiers when making attacks with shooting. That is really good. How many points is that? That is 10. Fair. If it was 5, you would just pay for it. Spirit Stones, this model is considered to have double the number of wounds. That's whatever for determining characteristics on the profile, not just doubles the wounds. Star Engines is +3 move. So imagine you take Star Engines and you take that custom trait that's +2 move for fly, and this thing just gets +5 move, 20-inch moving tanks. It's kind of neat. Vectored Engines, once per battle round in your command phase, you can activate it If you do so until the invades, the model has battle focus. Okay, so vehicles, none of these vehicles are core, and none of them have battle focus. So vehicles are actually quite worse in Eldar relative to anything else. I mean, not really. You'll probably still take them. They're not bad. They're missing some key rules here. It can transport 6 models, same as before. It cannot transport. Wraith stuff takes 2 spots. Okay, neat. Falcon hasn't really changed. Night Spinner. This gun has gotten quite the upgrade. It's the same in that it's 48 heavy 2d6, strength 7 and 2 damage. It's a blast and it's indirect. However, it's also AP -2 just for showing up. Instead of being AP 4 on 6 tools, it's just AP 2 all the time. Good job, G-dubs. Let's make indirect fire better. Everybody wants that. No, we don't. We really don't. This is more or less the same. I really do not want to see lists with 9 Shadow Weavers and 3 Night Spinners in them, but boy, do I think that is really powerful for only less than half of your list. Okay, moving on. We got the Fire Prism. Fire Prism. This gun has 2 profiles. It is heavy 2, strength 14, AP 5, and 3d3 damage. So this is really strong. Doesn't ignore invulns, thankfully. Like the Hammerhead does, so not that amazing at killing vehicles and one-shotting them, but man, that's powerful. Alternatively, you get heavy 3d3, strength 6, AP 2, 2 damage, blast shot. It's a lot like getting shot by a Scorpius Whirlwind of the old age, or even the new age, and that's just not that impressive for 160 points, question mark? 160, yeah. It's not too impressive, honestly. I don't think you'll see many Fire Prisms. Oh, I am hungry. I missed the good part of the Falcon. What did I miss on the Falcon? It explodes. Distances are measured. Oh, I forgot special rule. If this transport model starts the battle set up preparing a sudden assault, so it actually just does Deep Strike. Falcon's Deep Strike. Not all the tanks Deep Strike. Only Falcons do. If you deep strike your Falcon, it can be set up on the battlefield and reinforced and step on your first, second, and third moon phases, regardless of any mission rules. Any units embarked upon the transport model can immediately disembark and be set up 9 inches away from the enemy. That is neat. It can beta strike by just deploying in reserve. I do like that. That helps. It's not that awesome, but it's definitely a good rule. Well done. Appreciate you, Chris. There's quite a few rules in this book. We're only on 2 hours of doing this now. Been up since 4:20 in the morning. It is 7:03. I'm starving. Stream Puppy's abandoned me for naps because it's the middle of the night. Actually, she's probably going to have to wake up soon. The sun is coming up, and then I have to walk her. Thought I'd be done by now. I guess not. C's going to come join me at 8:30. I'm going to make him. Okay. Oh, the stomach growls. Wave Serpent. Wave Serpent is 140, I believe. Let's double check that. So it ain't cheap. Ain't cheap for a transport. Yep, it's 140. Carries 12 models. Same thing as before. It's got 13 wounds. Its Wave Serpent Shield is a 5-up invul against range attacks, and then transhuman, so 1s, 2s, and 3s fail to wound it. That's really good versus things like the railgun. It's a transport certainly worth taking. 5 invul makes it awesome. 13 wounds, top 3 up armor, toughness 7. It's a really good transport. It's 140 though, so it's not cheap. Its weapons are mediocre. You can pay for it to have more, but then we're talking about more points. Starts off with 2 twin shuriken catapult. No, a twin shuriken cannon and a twin shuriken catapult. So comes out 10 shots off the bat, which isn't bad. Not bad firepower. 140, a little pricey. I heard it also has a strat to ignore invuls. We will get to that for the Fire Prism as we get to the strats. We are almost done. We have to talk about the planes. Everyone's favorite unit in 40k. Crimson Hunters pretty much haven't changed. The Crimson Hunter Exarch doesn't seem to be a unit choice anymore. Maybe you can upgrade it to be an Exarch. It starts with 2 star cannons and a pulse laser. You can upgrade your star cannons to bright lances. Star cannons, again, are strength 7, AP 3, 2 damage, so they just gain strength. Bright lances and pulse lasers are just really good anti-tank guns. Crimson Hunter is... Crimson Hunter is 170 points. You can pay more for bright lances to make it 180. Hemlock, his little buddy there, is 210. Crimson Hunters, each time this normal unit moves, so it still moves like before, where it pivots and then moves and then pivots again, which is really cool for just going wherever you want. Really good for flyers. Each time this model takes a ranged attack against a unit that can fly, add one to its hit roll and re-roll the wound roll. It's amazing at killing fly vehicles. Not that great versus other vehicles because it doesn't get re-rolls. It's airborne, so you can't really interact with it unless you hear the fly keyword or you shoot it. Explodes old-fashioned way, and it's -1 to hit. It's pretty standard. I don't think this is a great tank. Maybe if you could spam him, you would run like 6 or something. Make some stupid ski list. But rule 2, screw you. Hemlock Wraithfighter. So this is same stats as before, I'm pretty sure, defense-wise and all that. The heavy D sight has changed. It's now an 18-inch gun. I think it was 16 or some weird thing before. It's heavy D6, strain 12, -4, 2 damage. It's a blast and 6 to wound immortals. So take that for it. So it's got 2 of those. So 2d6, strain 4, AP2, 2 damage shots. It does have to roll the hit with it. So it's not just like, aha, you're dead. But it's good. Enemy units within 12 subtract 2 from their leadership characteristic. That can be annoying. I wonder if there's leadership shenanigans you can pull. Usually that's Ynnari or Harlequin or Psychic Power base, so we'll see. You'll see. It's got all the same rules. It's -1 damage. It's a Wraith creature, oddly enough. Didn't know the Hemlock Wraithfighter was a Wraith creature. Probably could have put that one together if I ever gave it some thought. But I have not. This model can attempt to manifest 1 psychic power in your psychic phase and attempt to deny 1 psychic power in your opponent's psychic phase, and no smite, and 1 power from Wounds of Battle, which is that Warlock table. And you can only select the power's second effect. So same thing, if they have Doom or if they have Jinx and Protect, you can only cast the Jinx portion of the Hemlock Wraithfighter, which we will get to when I get to the powers. Like I said, Hemlocks are 210s. These are largely the same. Smallly the same, largely the same, it's all the same. And 2 more data sheets to go, ladies and gentlemen. See the light at the end of this tunnel. We got Wraith Knights and Webway Gates. Wraith Knights. All right. 23 power level. Holy macaroni and cheese. Wraith Knights are not in this codex. Where are they? Where are my Wraith Knights? There it is, 400 flat, and then you pay more for the weapons. The Sun Cannon is 50, Heavy Wraith Cannon is 30. The rest of them are kind of cheap. So it starts with a Ghost Glaive and a Scatter Shield. A Ghost Glaive will pump it up. Let's go through its stats. At the top profile, it's move 12, hits on 3s, strength 8, toughness 8, 22 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, 3 up armor. So with its Ghost Glaive, it's got 2 profiles. It'll make 3 hit rolls for every hit roll. It's strength 8, AP3, 2 damage. That's pretty good. 15 attacks like that. Or it makes 5 attacks at strength 14 to -4, flat 6 damage. Goodbye. See you later. Titanic Feet are just a bunch of stomps. So 5 attacks, -2 AP, 2 damage, strength 8. If you swap out the Ghost Glaive, which is the giant sword, you can replace it with a Heavy Wraith Cannon or a Sun Cannon. Then you can also replace its Scatter Shield, which gives you a 4 vulnerable save, very good on a giant model like this, with another Heavy Wraith Cannon. So you can just take 2 Heavy Wraith Cannons, or Heavy Wraith Cannon and Scatter Shield, or Sun Cannon and Scatter Shield. And then you can just equip it with some more weapons like Scatter Lasers, Shurikens, or Star Cannons. If you give it the Heavy Wraith Cannon, or 2 Heavy Wraith Cannons, the profile on that is Heavy D3, 36-inch range, Strength 16, -4, D3 plus 6 damage, so, 7 to 9 damage per shot failed, and it's D3 shots each. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts D3 mortals onto the target in addition to normal damage. Very Wraith Cannon-esque, or Railgun-esque in that regard. Neon Cat, why did this start at 2 a.m.? It actually started at 5 a.m. my time, and that's because that is when the NDA lifted. It lifted at 10 a.m. GMT, which is European English time, and that's 5 a.m. in the lovely land of Florida. So that's why we're masochists out here. Then we've got the Sun Cannon, which you pay more for. It's 50 points. It's heavy 2d6, range 48, strength 8, AP 3, 3 damage, blast. Just very consistent. Just. It's minus 1 damage. It's got a 5-up interval base, so that shield is a little less valuable because you're just turning your 5 into a 4-up. It's not like you're turning nothing into a 4-up. This unit can declare a charge in which it fell back. It moves, it advances. It can move over stuff as if it wasn't there. That's pretty cool. It explodes. Does a big explosion on a 6. Does 2d6 inches and d6 mortals. Gotta love that. Cool. And then the final data sheet in this entire thing, the Webway Gate. Webway Gate is 80 points. It's a fortification. It's 2 arches. So during deployment, when this unit is set up, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield. Notice it doesn't have a stat line. Literally, Webway Gate does not have a stat line, so you can't interact with it. It's not something you can attack or whatever. It doesn't score objectives. It doesn't exist really. It's just terrain you plop down like a ruin is. So during deployment, it can infiltrate anywhere more than 12 inches away from enemy deployment zone and enemy models. When this unit is set up on the battlefield, both of its wraithbone arches must be set up within 3 inches of each other. And then each one is treated as an obstacle with terrain feature traits such as light cover, heavy cover, unstable position, and inspiring for AELDARI. Neat. If your army includes this unit and you are using strategic reserves rule, you can have the command points cost for putting AELDARI units into strategic reserve. So I guess there's a strat to put units in reserve like there is currently, and there is in every other Eldar book. That makes sense. Oh, I know. Strategic reserves is the is outflanking, which everybody in the universe has, so that's cool. Webway Strike. Each time an Eldari unit from your army arrives from strategic reserves, you can choose to set up anywhere on the battlefield wholly within 6 of both Wraithbone arches of a friendly Webway Gate. If you do so, that Eldari unit can be set up within 9 inches of enemy models and can be set up within engagement range of enemy models. If the Eldari unit is set up within engagement range of models, it counts as having made a charge move. Overwatch attacks cannot be made until the end of the turn. That unit can target any enemy unit within its engaged range of which melee attacks, even though it did not declare a charge against them. This is amazing. This is absolutely insane. I don't know if you're going to see them because fortifications are annoying to put into your army and they have all kinds of weird rules about them. But you slap a fortification down on like a central objective and you just put like the Avatar of Cain into strategic reserve, and then you walk the Avatar of Cain into combat. Or screw the Avatar of Cain. Do it with 10 Incubi. Do it with Harlequins. You can do it with an Eldari thing. This is insane. I don't want to jump the gun because fortifications are weird like that, but this is an insane set of rules on a fortification you cannot attack. Like, seriously. Tap a Wraith Knight. Flank Reserve and Wraith Knight counts as 12 power level, not 23. It takes 2 command points to reserve Wraith Knight and probably like 3 more units because of having power level. They just walk out of this Webway Gate and say, I'm here! Let's go, mofos! That's all you gotta do. Oh, no! No, I thought we were done with data sheets and I was excited to get into strats and Exarch rules and all that stuff, but now we have the entire Harlequin portion of the Codex. On the bright side, the Harlequin data sheets, there's like 8 of them. Oh, and then there's the Ynnari. Oh, this book is so big. This book is 200 pages long. Oh my god. It's literally 200 pages long. I'm dying out here. I'm on 2 hours and 15 minutes already. Coffee's running low. All right. When this coffee is done, we're going to take a break. Get some more coffee. But in the meantime, here are your Harlequin data sheets. We've got the Troop Master. Stats exactly the same as before. I think he went up in attack. Again, James Workshop. Your Troop Master. Right there. All the stats are unaligned. Not under the strength. 3's half an inch over from the strength. How am I supposed to know what strength it is? This is an embarrassment. It's not every data sheet. It just started happening towards the end and on specific ones. Good job, G-Dubs. Good job. Okay. So, all of the different weapons now for Harlequins are exactly the same. The Kiss, the Embrace, the Caress are all +1 strength, -2 AP, and 2 damages. No more, this guy has an Embrace, this guy has a Kiss. Who cares? It's all the same. I think they have special rules not described in their actual ability section, but that are variable based on what type of chapter your Harlequins are taking, light, dark, or twilight, which we reviewed in the beginning of this video. So go back and rewind. I'm not rereading that, but that's cool. Don't have to waste your time debating between these things as much anymore. Or even worse, forget debating. Remembering the stats of an embrace versus a kiss versus a caress, which one's called what. I could not do that to save my life. So yeah, it's +1 strength. We'll bring him to strength 4, -2 AP, 2 damage. Harlequin's Penelope. What? Panoply? What the hell is that word? I'm gonna Google that. Panoply. Is that a real word or is that a made up fake 40k word? Panoply. Penelope. It's a real word. Panoply. A complete or impressive collection of things. Okay. Learn something new every day, folks. So what does this rule do? 142. And let's create your own adventure books. This is just what Harlequins do. They have a forward pinwheel, they move through models, and they're always -1 to hit in melee. So cool. Harlequin Master Weapons. If this model is equipped with Kiss, it has the Kiss keyword, Caress gives you a keyword, Embrace gives you. So the different weapons have all the same stats, but they give you keywords, which I believe will interact with stratagems. Okay. Choreography of War. Models within 6, units within 6, reroll 1s to wound. Harlequin core units and not even other characters. This is such a nerf. This used to be all reroll wounds for everybody, Harlequin, all the time. And now it's reroll 1s to wound for core. Nerf City up in here. But we got a bunch of rules, so that's okay. Shadow Seer. Pretty much the same as before. I think it's exactly the same as before. I think he gained an attack. He's now 4 attacks. Everybody gained an attack. That's the story of this thing. The Shield from Harm is an aura. While friendly Harlequin's core or character unit is within 6, subtract 1 from the attack's wound roll, so that's exactly the same. Knows 2, cast 2, denies 1, same as before from the Phantasmancy, Discipline. Let's check the points on these things real quick. How do you pronounce Panoply? Am I saying it right now? Penelope? Probably not Penelope. Harlequins. Where are you? There you are. So Shadow Seer went down to 110, or 100. I believe it used to be 110, so that's lovely. Troop Master's similar enough at 75. Troops. We got troops. Troops are now 13 points a model. They pay 5 points for a fusion pistol, 5 points for weapon of your choice. Again, the weapons are all the same. They will just give you a keyword. Any Harlequin can basically take whatever weapon of their choice. It's a little more complicated than that. Up to 4 can take an Embrace, and up to 4 can take a Caress. Up to 4 can take fusion pistols. It changes based on size. So Harlequin unit sizes are 4 to 12. So if you take a 10 or fewer unit, 5 to 12 because you have a sergeant. If you take a 5 to 10 man, you get 2 models can have a fusion pistol, 2 models can have a neurodisruptor, 2 models can have a caress, 2 models can have Embrace. Anybody can have a kiss, and the sergeant can have a sword. If you take an 11, all of those 2s change to 4. So 4 out of 11 or 12, 4 out of can have a neuropistol, fusion pistol, neurodisruptor, caress, or Embrace. A neurodisruptor is a strength 6 AP 3 one-shot pistol, 12 inches. And then if a hit is scored, you suffer a mortal wound, and the attack sequence ends. So just shoots immortal to somebody for 5 points a shot. Pretty much the same. Harlequin weapons, they just give you keywords which you'll use for other stuff. Okay, Panoply. That makes so much more sense. Panoply. Monopoly. Why was I saying Panoply? It's because it's 7:15 in the morning. That's why. Thank you. Okay. Appreciate your support, chat. Harlequin troops did not go up and attack. They're 4 attacks each. They've always been 4 attacks each. Good job, troops. They've pretty much remained unchanged. Puppy's still sleeping. That's good. Only a matter of time before it's poopy time. Death Jester. Jeff the Dester. He's pretty much the same stats-wise. 30 inches on his Shriekerkin. Strength 6, AP 2 damage. Oh, look, it does something now. I'm proud of you, Jeff. You do something with that gun of yours. What's your points? You better not cost more than 50. You cost 55, you jerk. Death is not enough. Each model that is destroyed by an attack made by this model counts as 2 models in the morale phase. That is worthless. It's not actually. Stack this with, I believe there was another rule I saw earlier that was actually good and makes models count as 2 from morale phase stuff. I don't remember what it was. We'll get to it later. That's the thing with Codexes. Like, I'm reading this all to you. You can go back and rewatch this video 100 times. Please do that. It'll increase the view count and our average watch time, and it'll make me happy. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, because that's really important to us. There's only 50 likes on this video. There's 153 of you concurrently watching. What is that? Click that like button. So, appreciate your support, chat. I do. You're the reason I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to do this. I want you to know that. If I enter the War Room, do I also get access to the second episode of the Art of War podcast? You do if you subscribe to the War Room podcast combo, or if you subscribe to the War Room through YouTube with our membership channel here. There'll be different tiers for it. But yes, we do sell the combination of that. You'll not only get access to the second half of the Art of War podcast, but you'll get access to the second half of the Unbroken podcast, as well as the Down Under podcast. You need more coffee, Nick? I do. I gotta talk faster. It's a magic skill I have. And then the Shrieker can ignore lookout sirs because it's a sniper. Good job, Jeff. Solitaire. This guy has been zeros. He's been heroes. Let's see how he comes out in this rendition of Harlequins. He's 110 points, so slight price hike, no big deal. He's pretty much the same stats as before. I think he's toughness 4 now. He used to be toughness 3, strength 4. Lovely, adorable. The Beans is awake. Bella Beans is here. All right, I'm going to read the Solitaire, and then we got to walk the stream puppy. There's just going to be poop on my floor and pee on my floor. If not, she's awake. It is about that time. She usually wakes up around 7. So, Solitaire can never have a relic. It has a 3-up invul and makes a blitz move. Once per battle in your movement phase, instead of making a normal move, this model can make a blitz move. If it does so, until the end of the turn, add 2d6 to this model's move characteristic and add 2 to this model's attacks characteristic. So it'll move 12 plus 2d6. Again, it can advance and charge, so it can move 12 plus 3d6, basically. Oh no, it's instead of making a normal move. So it's basically advancing 2d6, and then it can advance and charge. It can actually still shoot. Doesn't have a gun. Has 10 attacks on this turn. Strength 6, AP 3, 2 damage. Very improved base profile. We'll see about those relics and stuff as we get to them, but very improved base profile. Oh, good catch there. The sergeants in the Harlequin units do have 2 wounds. Screw you, Chaos Space Marines. Now we can all complain. So a new model has gained a wound that didn't previously. So screw you. All right. Well, Stream Puppy is nowhere to be found, so we have 4 more data. No, we're taking that break. I need a break. My eyes are going crazy. Okay, we have Skyweavers, Voidweavers, Starweavers. I mean, the 3 Ynnari special characters to go. But don't think we're done there, ladies and gentlemen. We got a marathon, not a sprint today. After that, I will be saying hi to my beautiful Stream Puppy who just walked in. I will be going through all those stratagems, those psychic powers, all that good stuff for you. I'll be back in roughly 10-15 minutes as we do the... what do I call it? The getting coffee and walking my dog. Goodbye, friends. Stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Do not leave for too long. And don't forget to slam that like button. Got 20 more likes because I called that out. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. I'll see you back in just a few. I'm going to send you to this cool slideshow Mr. Seeg's made that has all of our upcoming events, like our Streamhouse RTT coming up. We got a bracket for that. So it's actually a slide worth watching. Just saying. See.
There's so many rules in 40K, hundreds of events, and constant updates.
All right, everybody. I am back. We are here. Recharge. Ready to get after it. Let's go. Skyweavers. Where were we? Skyweavers actually changed quite a bit. They gained an attack. That's lovely. 4 attacks now. Their Haywire Cannon is heavy D3 plus 1. So, fewer shots. D3 plus 1 instead of D6. Strength 3, AP 3, and D3 damage, which is different. AP 3 is nice, D3 damage is nice, Strength 3 is trash. It's a blast still. Each time attack is made with this weapon against a vehicle unit and unmodified wound roll 4 plus is always successful. So wound vehicles on 4s, and it's AP 3 and D3 damage, so that's actually quite good. And then an unmodified wound roll of 6 and does D3 mortals in addition. So instead of doing tons of mortals, you do actually a fair bit of damage, but you're garbage versus most infantry units because you're strength 3. It's a very strange thing. We can replace their Shuriken Cannon with the Haywire Cannon, that's the same. And they can replace their Star Bowls, which got better. It's the Star Bowls is an Assault D3 12-inch gun. Strength 7 minus 3, 2 damage. So actually that's quite good. It's like plasma gun shots at 12 inches. And then you can replace that with Sir Zephyrglaive, which is melee. That's plus 2 strength, so it'll put you strength 5 instead of strength 4. It's a nice improvement. AP 2 and 2 damage. Strength 5 or strength 4 is a lot better. What's with the coffee plan? We are a tiny bit left in here, very, very little. And then I don't try to have 2 cups in the morning because I used to do that. And then I had too much coffee in my life, so I'm down to 1 cup in the morning. Granted, I've been up since 4, so I may make an exception for today's rule, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel. The Zephyrglaives, Skyweavers are 45 base, 50 with a Haywire Cannon, 55 with Zephyrglaive. They're -1 to hit all the time. It's not just they're -1 in melee from their Harlequin mask. And then aren't they -1? They don't actually have whatever that word is, Panoply, that's the word. But they don't have the Panoply rule, so they don't have. But then they have the Halls for the Warp Invul, they have Fly, the keyword, and they have -1 to hit from a Harlequin mask. So functionally they do. You cannot reroll hits against this unit. That's actually awesome because they're -1 to hit and you can't reroll hits. That's really, really good in the. I want to say it's light. That is it, or maybe it's Twilight. Whichever one is transhuman versus hit rolls. You cannot be hit on a 1, 2, or 3. Kind of like transhumans, you can't be wounded on a 1, 2, or 3. This stacks with the -1 to hit, stacks with cannot be rerolled for hits. Is awesome. Each time this unit advances, it auto advances 6. That's the same. Cool. Void Weavers come in units now. So instead of having just random one-off tanks, you can have 9 of the things. Their stats are pretty much identical. Toughness 5, 6 wounds. They have a Void Weaver cannon and 2 Shuriken cannons. And a Void Weaver cannon be replaced with a Prismatic cannon. So 2 Shuriken cannons, that's 6 shots, strength 6, AP 1, 2 damage. 3 each, so 6 total. And then the Void Weaver Haywire cannon is Bella. Sorry, everybody. Good girl. Can never trust the stream puppy when she's doing her mischief. Now she's here. So Void Weaver Haywire Cannon is 2d3, strength 4, AP 3, 3 damage shots. The same auto always wounds vehicles on 4s, and 6s do d3 mortals. Heavy 2d3 though, and strength 4, AP 3, 3 damage. That's actually quite good. And the Prismatic Cannon is the alternative shot. You get 2 shots at strength 12, -4, and 2d3 damage. It's actually quite nice. Or 3d3 shots at strength 5, AP 3, and 1 damage. This isn't a major improvement. The Void Weavers used to be garbage at shooting, and this is actually quite good at shooting. Let's check the points cost on this guy, because this could be the 0 to hero we've been looking for. Void Weavers are 90 points a model. This is actually quite nice. They have a 4-up invul, same as everything else. They fly. They auto advance 6. They're -1 to hit, and they cannot be rerolled. Wow, that's really good. That's really good. They're -1 to hit all the time, and they can't reroll the hits. This is really good. These are quite good, these Void Weavers. I'm genuinely quite impressed with them. Star Weaver, pretty much the same as before. It's got 2 Shuriken cannons, which have got the increased profile. They are -1 to hit and cannot be rerolled, 4-up invul, etc., etc. The transports models You can shoot with pistols and stuff from inside in there. It's open topped. It's pretty much the same as before, stat wise too. And its points cost is 80. It's exactly the same as before, simply better. What an awesome improvement. Love that for Harlequins. I really do. Really, really proud of them Quins. All right, 3 more data sheets, and then we are good to go. I believe in us, fam. I do. I really do. Yvraine, also known as Cat Lady. She's pretty much the same across the board as far as stats goes. Her sword is strength 4, AP 3, and 2 damage. She does mortal wounds on 6s to hit, so she's a little bit better in close combat. She now has a 4-up invulnerable save, and each time an attack is made against her, wound rolls of 1, 2, 3 fail, so she's got transhuman. Very interesting. She's a bit tougher. Each time another AELDARI model within 6 of her is destroyed, roll d6 on a 4-up. This model regains 1 wound. If that AELDARI model was a psyker, you can select another power from the Revenant Discipline until the end of the battle. The power knows it's psyker. So that's cool. She's very hard to kill unless you kill her in one shot. And each time a psychic test is taken from this model, you can reroll a test. That's very good. We'll see if the psychic powers are actually good for Inari, but that's very good. She can cast 2, she knows 2, and that's about it. Yvraine, Incarn, and Vizark are... Cat Lady Yvraine is nowhere to be found, of course. Maybe they don't have points. Maybe they just cost nothing. Seriously, do they have points? Do they cost things? Do I have to pay for this? Maybe I don't. Where would they put this? If I was Games Workshop and I was putting these somewhere, where would I put them? Because I would put them here, but instead there's a picture of a Harlequin here. So that's not the best. I genuinely cannot find their points. Hello? Anybody? Does anyone have any sort of idea what the points are on these Incarns and Cat Ladies? One would assume that the man with the book would know, since I'm reading this to you, but I really... Am I stupid? Apparently so. Okay, so I have no idea how much she costs somehow. I'm going to give this one more honest effort. I really can't find it. Seriously? Like, I feel like it should be here with everything else. And it's just... There it is! There it is. I found it. Ynnari is not its own section. It's buried in the HQ section of AELDARI of Craftworlds. Thanks, G-Dubs. You're the best around. Also appreciate you, Mr. Yes Meatballs. Excellent name. So Cat Lady is 135, Vizark is 95, and Incarn, big man himself, is 250. Cat Lady at 135 is not bad. Vizark, pretty much the same stats across the board. He's 6 wounds, hits on 2s, strength toughness 3, 5 attacks, 2-up armor, 4-up invul. His sword with his 5 attacks will be strength 5, -4, and 2 damage. And every time a wound roll 4-up is made, he cannot take invulnerable saves from it. That's really nice because that AP 4. He's a bodyguard to Cat Lady. So let's see if what those rules look like. Each time another AELDARI model is destroyed within 4-up, you gain wounds, and if the AELDARI model is a character, you gain attacks. That's lovely. Inari core rerolls once dead, so he's the Inari captain. And then if your army is battle forged, if your detachment includes Yvraine, this model will be included as a without taking a body field roll, and then he is a bodyguard for her. That's lovely. That's all. These are all good rules. I think it's a combo duo. This is really if you're playing Inari. Not many people will, I imagine, because there's a lot of other stuff to play in this book. But there's nothing wrong with Ynnari yet, so we'll see. The Incarn, she got an upgrade. She's now 12 wounds, which makes her shootable, which some may call a downgrade. Her attacks degrade now, her strength degrades now, and her movement degrades now. So her movement went up, her strength went up. I think her attack stayed the same. So she moves 10, she's strength 7, which is a great break point because you're hurting vehicles on 4s now, most vehicles. 6 attacks. And then again, your move goes down to 9 and 8, your strength goes down to 6 and 5, your attacks go down to 6, 5, 4. So those are how it degrades. She's got a gun now, Soul Energy. It's Assault D6, range 6 inches, strength 7, AP 2, 1 damage, and it auto hits, so like a cool little flamer thing. Decent strength in AP, so that's not bad. You just won't fire it too often. She's got 2 profiles with her sword. One of them is quite deadly. It's strength 11, AP 4, D3 plus 3 damage, and invulnerable saves cannot be made with it from this attack. So that's insane. She will just destroy stuff in close combat now, thankfully, because she should. Alternatively, she has a sweeping blow, which is make 2 hit rolls instead of 1. So that's just going to give her 12 attacks at AP 4, strength 7, and 1 damage. She can never have a Warlord trait or relic. She's got a 4-up invul, and she has damage rounding up. That's awesome. Friendly Ynnari core units within 12. Each time a combat attrition is tested, you can ignore it. You can ignore the combat attrition modifier, so things aren't running away so much in Inari. It's not bad. Swirling energies in your shooting phase. Each time this model is selected to shoot, its swirling energy can target and resolve attacks against every eligible unit. Each time this model fires Overwatch, it only does against the charging units. So swirling energy is her gun. D6, strength 7, AB2, and it just swirls around her, very thematic, so everything within 6 is taking damage. That's actually very good. During deployment, you can set this model in waiting instead of setting it on the battlefield, so it's in reserve. If you do so when another unit is destroyed, before removing the last model in that unit, you can set this model up within 1 inch of that model. I'm glad they really clarified how to set her up, because it's always been fairly nebulous, and it needed to be defined. Big Drip Mac, finally signed up for the Wargaming podcast. Love to have you in there. I am hyped for you. Okay, if this model is on the battlefield when another unit is destroyed before moving that last model, you can set it up and then once now. So she still teleports just like before. Zoop, 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 zoop. It's just well defined now. When this model is set up, and obviously it cannot be set up within engagement range, and until the end of that turn, it is not eligible to declare a charge or perform a heroic. Glad they clarified the heroic intervention thing, because that was a loophole. That was stupid for a while. Now it just doesn't work, and that's good. So what you'll want to do is set this up. This is a super high skill level character. She's more modernized with her weapon stats, and ignoring invuls makes her actually very deadly, so I'm very pleased with her. She explodes now, too. You have to be very careful with her, because she's still not that tough. 3-up armor. She's gone up a toughness. She's toughness 7. I forgot to mention that. She's still not that tough. 3-up, toughness 7, 4-up. She's like Swarmlord level of durability, which is totally killable in today's day and age. But she's not bad because that teleportation trickery. If you can play her well, she will be awesome for you. Okay, I would love to say this summarized my now 2-hour adventure. Wait, no, 3-hour adventure. We started this at 5 in the morning. It's now summarized my 3-hour adventure of the AELDARI Codex, but it really doesn't. We haven't even done the strats or relics or warlord traits or any of that other stuff. So let's hit it. I'm excited. I'm an eager beaver. Let's go straight into the stratagems. Now we know what all the units do. Let's do it. Ynnari strats. Not Ynnari. AELDARI strats. I'm going to go through these relatively quickly because there's 6 pages of stratagems, and we've already been here for 3 hours. So, the Great Enemy. This is the anti-Ynnari stratagem. Pick a unit in the fight phase as Ynnari, Harlequin, or Inari. When it's selected to fight, it rerolls all melee hits and wounds against Slaanesh units. Goodbye, Slaanesh. I'm sorry they still hate you. Too bad you suck. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase. When as you're on a unit, these are all 1 CP. I'm just going through them in order. 1 CP matchless agility. Use this strat in your shooting phase. When an Azure unit from your army makes a battle focus move, do not roll it. Just make a 6-inch move. Battle focus is that ability that lets you shoot or move after you make an attack. It's like the mono faction rule for AELDARI. Or it's just the rule you get when you're playing AELDARI. So you attack something and you leave. This makes the leave 6 inches. Lightning fast reactions. 1 CP minus 1 to hit. Exactly the same as everyone else. Bladestorm. 1 CP. Use it when an Azuriani or Harlequin unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time the model makes an attack with a shuriken weapon, an unmodified 6, scores an additional hit. Fine. Probably not going to use them much. It's not bad, though. By strats, do I mean tricks, Eldar trickery? Of course I do. Martial Citizenry 1 CP. Pick a Guardian unit when it's selected to shoot or fight. Reroll hits of 1. Totally fine. Again, you're not likely to use it much, but it never hurts. Fire and reposition, 1 CP. Use a stratagem when an outcast unit from your army makes a battle focus move. I believe these are Corsairs. Corsairs are the outcasts. Let's just double check that. Corsairs are not outcasts. Oh, it is outcasts. Outcasts and pirates. They don't have the outcast keyword. Maybe that's an oversight, because I feel like they should have the outcast keyword. We'll keep going. Outcast unit from your army makes a battle focus move, and any of its moves wish to move over any part of your terrain. That unit can move with full distance rolled. Do not subtract 3 inches. I don't understand the strat at all. Area terrain doesn't subtract from just battle focus. Subtract. Do you lose inches on battle focus for going through area? Is that a rule? That'd be a strange rule. Battle focus. This unit is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it advanced, but if it does so until the end phase, models in this unit can only make attack with assault or pistol weapons they are equipped with. And resolving those rules that count as remaining stationary. In your shooting phase, this unit has finishing its move. In your shooting phase, after this unit is finishing making its attacks, unless it fell back or advanced this turn, this unit can make a battle focus move. When it does so, roll 1 dice. Each model can make a normal move of a distance equal to that inches. Battle focus moves through area terrain. If a unit makes a battle focus move and any of its models wish to move over any part of an area terrain feature, subtract 3 from the distance models can move over it. I see. That makes sense. This penalty applies even if part of the area terrain feature is 1 or less in height, but is not cumulative with other area terrain penalties such as difficult ground. This is really the nerf to stop you from touching the wall barely and then shooting and then falling back out. If you're in the terrain, it's going to slow you down. Good. Okay. Avengers of Azur-Yan. Dire Avengers. Pick a unit Dire Avengers in your shooting phase. This is 2 CP. If it's below starting strength, so as in you've lost 1 model out of your 10 minion, you have a 9-man. 2 CP shoot again. Not the best strat because the stipulation of having to have lost a model is kind of hard to fulfill while still having a unit worth using a 2 CP strat on. Like how often do you lose exactly 1 Dire Avenger unit? But it's definitely worth a pocket trick. Unparalleled Mastery on CP. Select a Farseer, Shadowseer, Cat Lady, or the Incarn. Manifest another power. Perfectly fine. Good power. Good strat. You'll use it often. Well, once in a while. Multifaceted Mind, 1 CP. After attempting to perform an action with the Farseer, Shadowseer, or Brain, it can attempt to cast another power. This is amazing. You'll want to be casting Psychic Interrogation with this army because it's a great secondary nowadays, but the big problem with that is that you're not casting Guide or Doom or some other powers that are really awesome when you're casting Psychic Interrogations. This is a great way around that. The Phoenix Reborn. Use this stratagem when a Phoenix Lord model from your army is destroyed. You can choose to roll 1d6 at the end of the phase instead of using any rules that are triggered when the model is destroyed, perhaps like a fight on death or something. If you do, on a 4-up, set that model back up on the battlefield with D3 wounds and remaining. At the end of the turn? No. Oh, at the end of the phase. Okay. So yeah, 1 CP, revive an OBSEC Phoenix Lord. That is really strong. Or OBSEC because all Phoenix Lords are OBSEC. They give it to themselves along with their aspect warrior of choice. So that's really cool. The Avatar Resurgent. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when an avatar of Kane model is not already been selected to fight the phase is destroyed. Do not remove the model. Add 2 to its attack characteristics and attack. So your avatar... This doesn't work on the Incarn, but your regular old avatar slaps with this when he dies. Extra slaps. The 2 extra attacks will just bring him back to his base profile because he'll be swinging at your low profile where you only have 5 attacks. But with this, he'll be back to 7, so that's lovely. Battle Psychers, a 2 CP strat for Warlocks. Use the stratagem when a Warlock's unit from your army that contains 4 or more models manifests a power from the runes of battle discipline. That's the Warlock table. Instead of selecting one of the powers it affects, you select both of its effects. That's awesome. That's really cool. I like that strat a lot. It's not going to be used every turn or spamming, but you're going to use it when you want to use it. It's going to be a really cool utility strat. Fluff Crunch and Mini, appreciate you. We are doing this. Glad you could stay for the amount of time you could. Appreciate it. Champion of AELDARI, 1 CP. This is basically giving yourself more Warlord traits. If your Warlord has Ynnari or Harlequin's keyword, select 1 character or Harlequin character that's not your Warlord, give it a Warlord trait. If it's a strike force, you can use the stratagem twice, so same as everybody else's. Treasures of AELDARI, this is what's going to give you more relics, pretty much the same as everyone else's. 1 CP for 2, 1 CP for your second relic, 2 CP for your 3 relics total. 1's free, and then you get the bonus 2. Strike force lets you use this twice. Relics of the Shrines. This is different to the relic strat I just read. So basically this allows you to buy a relic for an Exarch. And you can use use this stratagem once unless you're playing Strike Force, in which case you can use it twice. You can get 2 different X-Rex relics. I don't believe you can give them any relics from page 118. So I think there's 2 pages of relics, but you can choose from page 118. Cool. Seer Council Stratagem, 1 CP. Mike Butler, Nick is a hero. Mike, this one's for you. Seer Council, right here. Use this strat before the battle when you are mustering your army. Select 1 Farseer and 1 Warlock unit from your army that contains 2 or more models. While that Farseer model is within 6 inches of the Warlock, so this is a conclave, not just a solo Warlock. Add 1 to the sight test for the Farseer and the unit of Warlocks. You're only adding 1 to the sight test for the Farseer, and while that Farseer is within 3 inches of the Warlocks, enemy models cannot target the Farseer. So the Farseer the Warlocks become a bit of a bodyguard as well. That's really cool. Actually incentivizes that multi-man unit of Warlocks. Linked Fire, 2 command points. This is for Fire Prisms. Use this stratagem at the start of your shooting phase. Select 1 Fire Prism model from your army. Then select 1 or 2 other friendly Fire Prism models within 12 inches and visible to that model. So your Fire Prisms have to see each other. Until the end of that phase, each time the first Fire Prism model you select shoots using the focus lens profile, that's the 2 shots, strength 12, 2d3, or 3 plus d3 damage, I think it is. 3 plus d6 damage. It's the 2-shot profile. It's the heavy shot. It is strength 14, minus 5, 3d3 damage. Holy crap. That model makes 2 additional attacks to that weapon, so it becomes 4 shots for each other Fire Prism selected. So 4 shots. Vulnerable saves cannot be made against any attacks made on this weapon. So basically, you pick something and you go kill it. It's that simple. For 2 CP. And then until the end of the phase, each other Fire Prism you select cannot make any attacks with that Prism Cannon. So 2 Fire Prisms combine fire to ignore invuls and annihilate 1 target. Very fitting. I don't think this is so bad, G-dubs. We've gone through all the data sheets, we've gone through the chapter rules, the different craft worlds and Harlequin rules. We're going through the strats right now. But so far, I'm not unimpressed. I think it's an awesome book. I think there's a lot to it. There's tons to it. It's 200-page codex. But there's nothing that's like, this is so broken, I'm gonna lose. They're in direct fire. Maybe it's so broken, it might just ruin the game. Triple Night Spinner, 9 Shadow Weavers. Kind of upset about that. Hope that's not the build. Think it's going to be a build. Until they nerf it, because that's not long for this world. But while it exists, I'm a little upset that it exists. Use this strat in your movement phase when an Asuryani, Harlequin, or Ynnari army falls back. You can select that unit to be eligible to shoot in turn, or declare a charge's turn, or both. If you select both, this strat costs 2 CP, otherwise it costs 1 CP. I'm going to close the door because Stream Puppy just got a squeaky toy. She was so happy to see me, and then she got so sad that I just closed the door. And now she's squeaking outside the door. Hopefully you can't hear it. I'm sure you can. Sorry, friends. Okay. So, Feigned Retreat. It's 1 CP or 2 CP. Use this strat in your movement phase when an Asuryani, Harlequin, or Ynnari unit from your army falls back. If you spend 1 CP, you can still shoot or charge this turn. If you spend 2 CP, it can do both. Same as Dark Eldar. That's lovely. Oh, she's going nuts. So, just read that one. Forewarned. Use this strat at the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's moon phase. Select 1 Craftworld unit from your army within 12 inches of a Craftworld Farseer. That Craftworld unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but its models can only target a single eligible enemy unit that was set up as reinforcements this turn, and that unit is within range 18 inches of their unit when doing so. This is basically a slightly worse version of itself prior, because you have to be within 18 to shoot, but it's also a little bit better because it happens at the end of the reinforcements phase, so you can see how everything your opponent brought in landed and then select your target. So that's pretty cool. Tears of Isha. I don't know. Use the strat in your command phase. Select 1 Craftworld Wraith construct model from your army. That model gains D3 with lost wounds. If the selected model is within 6 inches of a friendly Spirit Seer model, that model regains 3 wounds instead. If you select a Titanic model like the Wraith Knight, this strat costs 2 CP. Instead, it costs 1. Lovely. Fire and Fade, 2 CP, move 7 inches when you're done making a shooting attack. That is exactly the same as everyone else. Units with the Battle Focus ability cannot make a Battle Focus move in a turn in which they are selected for this stratagem. So it's not quite as good in regular Craftworld as it is in everyone else because you have Battle Focus, but when you want to move 7 instead of D6, this is the way to do it. Phantasm. Use a stratagem at the start of the first battle round. This is 2 CP. Before the first turn begins, select up to 3 Azure Uni units, Harlequins or Ynnari, from your army and redeploy them. If the mission uses strategic reserves, any of those units can be placed into strategic reserves without having to spend any additional CPs. This is super synergistic with the Webway Gate, regardless of how many units are already in strategic reserve. Yeah, this is awesome. If both players have abilities that redeploy, roll off. Winner chooses to redeploy first. Lovely. Great strat. Redeploy is awesome for such a fast army. Eldritch Storm, 3 CP. I'm sure this is like an orbital bombardment. Use this strat in your command phase if a Farseer model from your army is on the battlefield. Select 1 point on the battlefield within 24 inches of the Farseer from your army and place a marker on that point. In your next psychic phase, Farseer models from your army that are within 24 inches of that marker can perform the following psychic action. So this isn't the best thing just because Farseers don't want to be performing actions. They want to be doing Farseer things, but we'll read it through. Any number of Farseer models from your army can attempt to perform this action. At the start of your next shooting phase, so your opponent doesn't get a chance to respond. You start this in your command phase, you finish it in your shooting phase. Start of your next shooting phase, roll d6 for each unit within 6 inches of the center of the marker you placed, subtracting 2 for the unit if it was an infantry or character unit. If it is an infantry character unit. On a 2+, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and on an additional mortal wound for each time the Empower Storm psychic action was successfully completed. So theoretically, you could take 3 Farseers in your army, and Eldrad, actually, and 3 Farseer Skyrunners. Do the Farseer Skyrunners and Eldrad have the Farseer keyword, or do they have their own keywords? Let's find out, because that would be hilarious. What a way to make a list. So Farseers certainly have the Farseer keyword. Here it is. Nope, that's all Tarks. Here it is. Farseers have the Farseer keyword. Eldrad has the Farseer keyword. Farseer Skyrunners have the Farseer keyword. So you take 7 Psychers, right? You take your 3 Farseers or 3 Farseer Skyrunners and take Eldrad. And you cast Eldritch Storm 7 times. So then all units within 6 inches of the center point will take, on a 2+, D3 plus 7 mortal wounds. This could actually, you're never going to build a list with 7 Farseers in it, but if you do end up bringing like 3, which is a lot, but if you end up bringing 3, D3 plus 3 mortal wounds on all units within 6 inches for 3 command points is actually really good. I'm just saying, this is how my brain works. Plus 7 mortal wounds. Drop them bombs. Show you some orbitals. Webway Strike, 1 CP or 3 CP. Use the strat before the battle when declaring reserves and transports. If you spend 1 CP, you could set up 1 Azuriani unit, infantry, biker, Harlequin. Yeah, just put stuff in reserves. 1 CP is 1 unit. 3 CP is 2 units. That's exactly what you'd expect. They're just deep strike. Wire weave grenades. It's a 1 CP strat. Use a strat to start your opponent's movement phase or charge phase. Select 1 enemy unit within 12 inches of Shroud Runners. That's that new Ranger bike unit. Roll D3. That enemy unit suffers no mortal wounds equals the result. So D3 mortals on a 2 it just happens. So just D3 mortal wounds. And then subtract the result from the move characteristic and subtract that result from the charge roll. So slow a unit down, D3 mortals. Lovely pocket strat for a unit that is not bad. Shield Discharge, 1 CP. This is for Wave Serpents or Serpent Shields. Oh wow, Bella is excited to come in. Well, let's let her in. We've been neglecting our stream puppy since 5 months. Come here, baby beans. Good girl. I know. Soon as Daddy is done reading Eldar to the internet, we will go for a walk. Okay. So you select a Serpent Shield or Wave Serpent Shield. And remember, Serpent Shields, I believe you can take on Corsair units, I want to say. Somebody gets a Serpent Shield. I don't remember who besides Wave Serpents. So pick a unit in 12. That unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. A little redundant with Banshees and JZ, but it's a good way to get it if you're not taking those units. And each time the unit makes an melee attack, subtract 1 to the hit roll. Really synergistic with the Harlequins who turn off your rerolls and stuff like that. And then you don't no longer count as being equipped with the shield, so it's like a last resort thing. Okay. Grenade Pack. Use a stratagem in your movement phase after a swooping hawk unit from your army makes a normal move or advances. Select one enemy unit that the swooping hawks moved across. Roll d6 for each model in the swooping hawks unit. Subtract 1 if the enemy unit is a character. On the floor, if you take a mortal. Fine strat, 1 CP, no problem. Starhawk Missiles. Use a strat in your shooting phase when an Azuriani unit from your army selects an aircraft. It's a missile. It's a Starhawk missile strat, 1 CP. So you shoot your missile launcher, your AELDARI missile launcher at it, and then you add 1 to your hit roll, and if it is scored, you take 2d3 mortals. Flyers aren't that common and popular right now, but I would say this is a good strat if you're playing against a flyer. Good tech choice. Resonated Shard. 1 CP. Use a strat in your shooting phase when a unit from your army that contains any models equipped with a D cannon or Doomweaver or Shadow Weaver is selected to shoot until the end of the phase. Each time an attack is made by the model that targets a unit within 12 inches of any friendly Resonator Shard units. I wonder what a Resonator Shard unit is. That's a keyword. You can re-roll the hit roll. What is a Resonator Shard unit? Not Corsairs. Is it just the Shadow Weavers? No? I have no idea what a Resonator Shard unit is. Okay, I'll put a pin in that thought. Storm Guardians get Serpent Shield. That's what it was. Thank you for that. So, Fusion Charges. 1 CP. Use a strat in the fight phase when a fire dragon from your army is selected to fight. So, combat dragons. Select one model in that unit. That model can make 1 attack this phase, and then must target an enemy vehicle with that attack, but if a hit is scored, the enemy unit suffers 2d3 mortals. So, like, fire dragons hate tanks. That's what that is. Page number 5 of strats, because yes, there are 6 pages of stratagems in this book. Holy crap. Use a strat in your movement phase when a Harlequin's infantry unit from your army advances more than 8 until the end of your next command phase. All models in that unit have a 3-up invul. Prismatic Blur. It's 2 CP now, so this is a bit of a nerf. And the army has to advance more than 8, so this is only good for bikes and Skyweavers. Just bikes. No? What is this good for? Who advances more than 8 inches? I don't know. I don't know how you pull that off. Interesting. Resonator Shard is in Ranger Infantry. Appreciate that. So, basically, for your Shadow Weavers in the back can reroll hits if you have Rangers nearby the target unit, which is kind of cool. A little broken. You don't need indirect fire to be better. Please stop making indirect fire better. Jeggerok's Jest. This is going to be 1 CP or 2 CP. Use it in your opponent's mid phase when an enemy unit in engage range of a Harlequin's infantry unit falls back. After the enemy unit has finished the move, select one Harlequin infantry unit from your army that was within an engage range of the enemy at the start of the phase. The selected unit can either consolidate up to 6 of your shooting phase. Do they mean combat phase? Is that a typo? Because you don't really consolidate in the shooting phase, but I'll keep going. If the selected unit shoots, it can only target the enemy unit. Or shoot as if we're shooting phase. I missed a word. So if it selects the shoot option of this, it can only select the unit that fell back as a target, and if the unit selected consolidate, this stratagem costs 2 CP. So 1 CP, shoot a unit that fell back, 2 CP, consolidate towards the unit that fell back, presumably keeping it in close combat. So that's pretty cool. Pretty much existed already. They just combined 2 strats that already did. Virtuoso of the Webway. Select once 1 CP, select one Harlequin unit that is not within engage range of any models and put it into reserve. That exists already. 2 CP Murderous Spectacle, plus 1 damage to melee weapons to a maximum of 3. That also exists already, but it's a good strat. War Dancers, 3 CP Fight Twice, if it's engaged of enemy units. So it's the more modern version of Fight Twice. It's worse than its predecessor, but that's the way the world works. The advance is D6 plus your move characteristics, so just anybody who advances in Harlequin, because your base move is 8. Okay. No price too steep. This is 2 CP Fight on Death. And if it's a solitaire or if it was destroyed by a character unit, then you add plus 1 to your strength and attacks. That'll make the solitaire 9 attacks and strength 7 with his attacks, which is really good. And this is no longer tied to being Midnight Sorrow, which no longer exists. This is simply just 2 CP that solitaires can get. Hero's Path is a 1 CP strat, used to be 2. Use this stratagem in your start of your command phase. Select 1 Troop Master model from your army that is on the battlefield, 1 Jetchester, 1 Saddleseer on the battlefield until the end of the turn. Add 2 to the merit characteristic, and each time a charge roll is made for any selected models, add 1 to the results. So it's a good thing it's 1 CP now, because this strat is ass compared to its predecessor. It used to be able to teleport models around and be really cool. Now it's just like bonuses to movement, which is not bad. Torments of the Fiery Pit. 1 CP, use this strat in the fight phase when a Harlequin's character, excluding Solitaire, so this is a nerf, or a change at least, from your army that has lost any wounds in the selected fight. Until the end phase, add 1 to strength and characteristics on all. Yeah, this is okay, I suppose. 1 CP if you're damaged but not dead. Add 1 to your attacks and strength. Dramatic Entrance, 1 CP. Use this strat in the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase. 1 Harlequin infantry unit can do it. Until the end of the phase, that unit is eligible for heroic, 6 inches, blah, 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 blah. 6-inch heroic for any Harlequin thing. That's awesome. Quite the boon. Harlequins used to have a heroic strat, but this one's a lot better than it. 6 inches is great. Use this stratagem after nominating a Harlequin's model to be your Warlord. Bella, what are you eating? 1 second screen. See that, baby girl? What are you eating? What are you eating? What's in your mouth? Nothing? A duck? Okay, she's a toy duck in her mouth. That is okay. You can give Harlequin characters more Warlord traits. Actually, you gain a second Warlord trait to your Harlequin Warlord, so it's not like everybody else gets one. Your Harlequin Warlord gets 2, but your Harlequin must be your actual Warlord to pull this off, which means it's for a Troop Master. The curtain falls. Use this stratagem in the fight phase after a Harlequin's infantry unit from your army has finished making its attacks before its consolidation move. Instead of consolidating, if every model is within 6 inches of a friendly transport, that unit can embark in the transport as if your movement phase, even if it disembarked earlier. Okay, so I think that exists already. It might only exist for Soaring Spite. It's okay. It's a good strat. Mocking Laughter. Use the strat in starting your morale phase. Select 1 enemy within 12 inches of a Death Jester from your opponent. Cannot select that unit for the Insane Bravery stratagem, or use any rule that would let them reroll a morale test for that unit. If a morale test for the taking is failed, any action that unit is performing automatically fails. The first part of that is really interesting. Some armies really rely on that Insane Bravery to keep horde units type things alive, or auto-pass morales onto an objective. I think that's pretty cool. All you have to do is hit with it. All you have to do is use the strat. You don't have to shoot this unit. That's really cool. Probably not cool enough to warrant the inclusion of a Death Jester unless they got other stuff going on, but it is cool. Haywire Charges. Use this strat in your shooting phase when a Harlequin's Haywire Grenade unit from army is selected to shoot. Select 1 model in that unit. That model can only make 1 attack. It does D3 mortals if it's shooting a vehicle. Okay, Haywire Grenades. Kiss of Death, 1 CP. Use this strat in the fight phase when a Harlequin Kiss unit. Okay, so this is how you remember when your Harlequin troops and all that, they can choose between Kiss, Caressing, and Embrace, and they all cost the same, and they all have the same stats. You're like, why does this do this? They also give you a keyword. You become a Harlequin Kiss unit, or you become a Harlequin Embrace unit, or you become a Harlequin Caress unit. These are those keywords. So, keyword number 1, Harlequin Kiss. Until that fight is resolved, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound in addition to normal damage. The unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase. That's actually quite good. And Kiss is the one that everyone, I believe, can have. Oblivion's Caress. Use the strat in the fight phase when a Harlequin's Caress unit is selected to fight. This is 2 CP. The other ones are 1. Until the end of the fight. Until that fight is resolved, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that unit. That's amazing. Taking away invulns is a game changer. They've really added a lot of taking invulnerable saves away as a mechanic to the game lately. Tau have gotten quite a bit of it. Genestealer got a little bit of it. Eldar have quite a bit of it compared to other codexes. Used to be a non-existent rule pretty much. So interesting being invulnerable is not quite what it used to be. A Deadly Embrace. Use a stratagem after a Harlequin's Embrace unit from your army makes a charge or performs a heroic. Very nice with that 6-inch heroic strat earlier. Select 1 enemy unit with engage range, roll d6 for each model in the Harlequin's Embrace unit on 4 of the enemy and suffers 1 more wound. So kind of very similar to Hammer of Wrath. All these are situationally very good. I don't know which one I would probably take. I'd probably take Oblivion's Caress because ignoring evils is amazing. As a pocket stratagem, that's all these are to me, is pocket stratagems, toolbox things. But I have not sat down and tried to build a list, obviously. Okay. This brings us to Exarch Powers. We got a whole section devoted to Exarch Powers and a really cool piece of artwork. Plug in and chug in, ladies and gentlemen. In 12 more minutes, Mr. Sieg said he'd join me if this thing took 3.5 hours. We are currently at 3 hours and 18 minutes. So, Mr. Siegs, I hope you're getting ready in there. Okay. We have Exarch Powers. How does this work? If your army's Battleforged includes any Asuryani detachments, so you don't actually have to be pure Eldar to do this. You can do whatever you want. Then when you're mustering your army, you can upgrade aspect warriors from your army that contain an Exarch model by giving them one Exarch power chosen from those presented here. To do so, select one aspect warrior unit that contains a model that has a one-word Exarch in the profile, and select the appropriate Exarch power upgrades, blah, 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 blah. You can also select any Exarch upgrades for Crimson Hunters, making an Exarch, so that does still exist. When you do so, the model gains an extra wound. If that model is a Crimson Hunter, Dark Reaper, Swooping Hopper, Fire Dragon, so the shooting kind, you gain a Bliss skill, or if it's the combat kind, Striking Scorpion, Banshee, Spear, or Warp Spider, you gain an attack. So interesting, the Warp Spiders fell into the attack category here. So you gain a wound, which will actually be up to 3 wounds, which, yes, Chaos players, you can whine about that. +1 Bliss skill, or +1 attack. You do have to pay points for these. So Crimson Hunters, how many can I take? You cannot include more than one unit with the same Exarch power, or more than one Crimson Hunter Exarch model can be upgraded to an Exarch. So each Exarch power has to be different. So Crimson Hunters can take 30 points, 20 points, 25 points. 30 points, Eyes of Cain. This is a Crimson Hunter, so this is a flyer. Each time the model makes an attack that targets an enemy that can fly, the attack automatically hits. Crimson Hunters already reroll hits against flyers or something, so another +1 hit flyer. This is kind of redundant. For 30 points, I don't know. Each time a model makes a ranged attack that can target does not receive the benefits of cover. All Crimson Hunters have like AP 3 and 4 on other attacks. You don't care about cover. Swooping Evasion, 25 points, gives the thing a 5 invul. This one is actually not bad, though 25 points is not free. I would say this is the only one you're going to think about taking, but screw your Crimson Hunter Exarchs. Dire Avengers. Defensive stance, 20 points. In your shooting phase, while this unit contains a Dire Avenger Exarch model, models in this unit can make attacks with ranged weapons, even if that unit is engaged at range. If they do so, other friendly units can only target enemies. And shoot into combat. Shoot into combat you are currently a part of. 20 points. I probably wouldn't preemptively pay for this. I feel like a lot of times Eldar will just get bumped into. Eldar will get annihilated too. People aren't just bumping into Eldar. People certainly won't be bumping into Eldar if you have this. I don't think it's that great. Not for 20 points. Shredding Fire. While this unit contains a Dire Avenger Exarch, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack with a Shuriken weapon, that Shuriken weapon takes effect on a 5-up instead of a 6. So that would be extra AP? What's a Shuriken ability do again? They changed it. Dire Avengers. Page 143. Everything's page 143. Shuriken weapons. Increase the AP by 2 on 5s to instead of 6s. So it'll actually become AP 3, 4. So already AP 2 on the Avenger Shuriken catapults. This will actually knock it up to AP 4. For any model in the unit, that's actually quite good. Shredding Fire. Although AP 2 honestly might be good enough. Shredding Fire is 25 points. Stand Firm is just 10. This unit has the objective security ability. That's great. 10 points for OBSEC. If you don't want to pay for Ozerman or you want to go away from Ozerman and go be OBSEC somewhere else on the table is really good. And add 1 to leadership. Big fan of that. And if it already has objective secured from Ozerman, it'll count as 2 models. So it's actually not even redundant to still take Ozerman. It's really cool. Okay. You got Warp Spiders. Remember, Warp Spiders got that +1 attack for close combat on their Exarch, not +1 Bliss skill. So we got Spiders Lair for 15. Once per battle at the end of your moon phase, if the unit is wholly within an area terrain feature and contains a Warp Spider Exarch model, you can select that terrain feature to be webbed. If you do so until starting your next turn, enemy units treat it as difficult ground, and enemy units move through it from any type, excluding pylons or consolidations. On a 2-up, will take D3 mortal wounds. Each time an enemy unit. But it has to be wholly within the terrain feature, and the terrain feature includes over Spider Exarch. So not very likely to occur, but it is a cool thing. Surprise Assault, if this unit was set up preparing in Sudden Assault, so in Deep Strike, and the Exarch and contains an Exarch model. When it's set up, when the unit is selected to shoot, it makes 1 additional attack. So a bunch of flamers, or a bunch of D6 shot weapons show up, and it's now D6 plus 1 shot. That's not about 15 points. The Web of Deceit, once per battle, if this unit contains an Exarch, you can remove it from the battle and re-deep strike anywhere 9 inches away. That's instead of making a battle focus. That's really cool for getting out of dodge. Basically shoot something, go somewhere else. That's 15 points. I'd probably pay for that one. That's my first one. Also very good for getting your rods or stranglehold or engage. Mid to late game. I need a nap. 4 a.m. is too early to talk about Warhammer. It's never too early to talk about Warhammer. Who am I kidding? Okay. Shining Spears. We've got Expert Lancers for 20 points. In the fight phase, we're going to close this door. No Bella, no one here. Baby girl. She's like, why are you so mean to me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Baby Beans. That's what I call her. I have so many nicknames for her. She's my child. Okay. Let's see. Expert Lancers, 20 points. In the fight phase, each time a model in this unit makes an attack, if this unit made a charge move this turn and contains a Shining Spear Exarch, add 1 to that attack's hit roll. Pretty cool. Probably wouldn't pay 20 points for that. Each time a unit in the Shining Spear's Exarch model makes a main attack, an unmodified wound roll of 5 up, does Immortal. Head strike, 15 points. Probably wouldn't pay 15 points for that. Although you're getting an extra wound, and a 4 wound Shining Spear Exarch is not bad. So it's not just 15, 20 points for all this. You're also getting a wound, and you're also getting an attack. So let's keep that in mind when we're factoring this in. It makes it a lot more palatable. Lightning attacks. Each time this unit makes a consolidation move, if it contains a Shining Spear Exarch model, it can move an additional 6 inches. This is really nice for going deep. Like, let's say you want to tag a bunch of enemy vehicles to shut them shooting up or focus them, make them shoot into your Shining Spears. This is a great way to do that. 20 points. Howling Banshees, Graceful Avoidance. While this unit contains a Howling Banshee Exarch, models in the unit have a 4-up and vulnerable save against melee attacks. This is amazing. This is a great rule. I would pay 20 points for this, 100%. You run in there. A lot of people try to solve problems by charging them, and this makes that a lot tougher to do. Like Banshees that missile onto your opponent's side of the board, your opponent may want to just countercharge them instead of wasting bullets on what's right in front of him, but he could just charge him. Now he may think twice about that. Each time, Nerve Shredding Shriek for 10 points. Each time, and this is really good, 10 points gives you an extra 1 in attack. So even right there, we're looking at value. But we've also got this ability. Each time this unit finishes a charge move, you can select 1 enemy unit with engagement range and roll d6. On a 2-up, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound, and until the end of the turn, subtract 1 from combat attrition test taken for the enemy unit. So theoretically, this leadership shenanigans thing is sort of coming together. You got your Death Jester saying -2 morale. And combat attrition. What does Death Jester say again? I'm making stuff up. You've got Jeff the Dester, who says each model that is destroyed by an enemy attack made by this model counts as 2 models, and then you can't auto pass morales, and you can't reroll morales, and your Hemlock is -2 leadership, and then this is -1 combat attrition, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I've actually killed the squad. This is garbage, but it is cool. It is nifty. Eldar always have these weird leadership shenanigans, which I waste far too much time reading. Piercing Strikes for 15 points. Add 1 to the damage characteristic of melee attacks made by this Howling Banshee Exarch model. That's awesome. +1 wound, +1 attack, +1 damage, 15 points. Sign me up. Let's go. You could actually put that on the Mirror Swords Exarch. Let's read about the Mirror Swords Exarch. So if I recall, Howling Banshee Exarch with Mirror Swords will be Strength 4, -3, and 10 attacks at 2 damage. Strength 4, -3, 2 damage, 10 attacks. That's what this guy does for 15 more points. Yeah, we're going to take that guy. Yes, we are. Striking Scorpions, 15 points. Crushing Blow. Each time this unit striking Scorpion Exarch model makes a melee attack that targets a non-Titanic unit, if a hit is scored, that attack automatically wounds. Lovely. New York City Tabletop. We've been awake since 4 o'clock in the morning today. We're crushing this coffee. I'm about to crush some more coffee. Sieg says 2 minutes before this thing is officially taken 3.5 hours, and he said he would join me. We'll see. Deadly Ambush, 20 points. While this unit contains a Striking Scorpion Exarch model that is wholly within an area terrain feature, each time a melee attack is made by a model in this unit, add one of the attack's hit roll and improve the attack's AP characteristic by 1. That's neat. For 20 points. I don't know if I would pay that. The way I view Scorpions is they're small little skirmishy type units that beat up small trash units, but maybe I'm wrong. I haven't deep dived. This is literally me reading the Codex for the first time to you. First impression status. So Scorpion Sting for 30 points. Each time this unit is selected to fight, if this unit contains a Striking Scorpion Exarch model, until that fight is resolved, replace that ability Striking Scorpion's Mana Blasters with this. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack that targets a non-vehicle enemy unit on a 5-up, you inflict one mortal wound in addition to normal damage. I actually really like that. 30 points is super steep, but I do like that. Because let's see how many attacks we can get our Scorpion Exarch here. And then let's let Bella Beans back into the thing. So yeah, we get the Biting Blade, so it makes 2 additional attacks with this weapon. So he would have 4 attacks base for being an Exarch, 5 with the ability for the Exarch power, 7. So this will be 7 attacks from the Biting Blade. Strength 6, Strength 5, minus 2 damage. 7 attacks, Strength 5, minus 2 damage. And what was I just reading? Every 5 up to wound. I probably wouldn't pay 30 points for this. But 7 attacks, 2 damage is not bad. Okay. Dark Reapers. They got the Bringers of Death for 25 points. Remember, the Dark Reapers are 150 for 5, and that's it. Twin Tom, personally, I think Banshees look a lot better. I don't know what the Scorpion likes about it. They're both fine. They're both good units. I like Banshees a lot more. Bringers of Death. 25 points. If this unit's Dark Reaper Exarch model is equipped with a Reaper Launcher or a Shuriken Cannon, each time the model selects you, it makes 1 additional attack with that weapon. That's really nice for your Reaper Launcher. 2 Strength 8 shots, 3 Strength 5 shots. If this unit's Dark Reaper Exarch model is equipped with an AELDARI Missile Launcher or Tempest Launcher, each time the model makes range attack, the target does not receive benefit of cover against attack. That's really good for a Tempest Launcher, because Tempest Launcher is indirect, and direct fire really likes to ignore cover. That's an amazing ability for 25 points. Focus Fire. Each time this unit's Dark Reaper Exarch model makes a ranged attack, add 1 to its wound roll for 15 points. Perfectly fine. You have a Dark Reaper Exarch that'll hit on 2, wound on a 2 against most things. That's really nice. Reaper Exarch. While this unit contains a Dark Reaper Exarch model, units do not suffer hit rolls for incurred for firing heavy weapons in the same turn that the unit moved. Oh my god, you have to take this. You just have to. This is 15 points. If you're going to run Dark Reapers, you have to. They don't always on 3s anymore. They only ignore dense cover. How could I not even think of that? They can't move and shoot without suffering the penalty. That's such a big deal. So yeah, you're going to take Reaper's Reach if you're going to take Dark Reapers. And then you're going to fire and fade them. Or not. Well, you could fire and fade them. You could also just battle focus them. Fire Dragons. Fire Dragons have 20 points for Blazing Fury. While this unit contains a Fire Dragon Exarch model, add 4 to the range of the ranged weapons and the models the unit are equipped with. That's good. They have 12-inch guns. Let's make them 16. That might actually keep them alive. 16 away, then Fire and Fade away is 23 away. That's actually quite good. Bella is freaking out. I'm going to give you this break screen while I go figure out why. Everybody, Stream Puppy is with me. Freak out, it's over. Don't really know what was going on, but hopefully it's all better. Got a question, isn't the Striking Scorpion buffs for the whole unit, not the Exarch? Some of them are for the whole unit, some of them are for the Exarch. Depends on the one. Deadly Ambush is +1 and +1 AP when attacking an enemy unit wholly within a terrain feature. That's for the whole unit, but of course your whole enemy unit have to attack the whole feature. There's no battle focus on Dark Reapers. What a travesty. Thank the Lord. You can still spend 2 CP for Fire and Fade though, just like the olden days. Burning Heat, the Fire Dragon Exarch power. While this unit contains a Fire Dragon Exarch model, each time a model in this unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit with 9 inches. If a hit is scored, the attack automatically wounds. That's great. Excuse me. That is great, because wounding is part of the battle, and these are super high volume, high damage shots that you do not want dying potential in the wound step. Dragon's Bite, 15 points. Each time this unit's Fire Dragon Exarch model makes a ranged attack that targets a vehicle or monster that is when half range when this unit is selected to shoot, you can, if that attack is made with the Dragon Fusion Gun or Fire Pike, add 2 to the damage characteristic, so it would be D6 plus 4. If the attack is made with a Dragon's Breath Flamer, add 1 to the damage characteristic of the attack and re-roll the wound roll. That's also very strong. I don't think you're ever going to take Burning Heat. I think you're going to take Blazing Fury and use Battle Focus or Fire and Fade to keep your unit nice and safe at 23 inches away when you're done. Or you're going to use Dragon's Bite and just go on suicide missions. Swooping Hawks. 20 points for rapid redeployment. While this unit contains a Swooping Hawk Exarch, the unit is eligible to shoot in turn which it fell back, which is really strong because then you can shoot on after falling back and then teleport away with Skyleap, because that's really good. Suppressing Fire. In your shooting phase after this unit has shot, you can select one enemy unit that was a target of the ranged attack made by a Swooping Hawk Exarch model as phase. Remember, you're hitting on 2s. If the result, and then roll 3d6. If the result of that 3d6 is greater than the enemy unit's leadership, until the start of your next shooting phase, the enemy unit cannot fire while Overwatch set to defend and perform actions. If it was performing an action, it fails. That's very nice. For 15 points, I'd probably pay for that one. Although rapid redeployment's not bad too. I don't know if I'd pay for this though, for Swooping Hawks. Swooping Hawks are kind of scare machine and not actually I want to invest points in. Winged Invasion. Each time this unit is selected as a target of a ranged attack, if it contains a Swooping Hawk Exarch model, subtract 1 from the hit roll. This is good for 15 points, just minus 1 hit. I like that. Okay. We finished all that. Now we got pivotal roles. Roles that pivot. This is the stuff Harlequins can do. So, Troop Masters, the same exact concept. You can pay points to get rules. You probably, I'm assuming, cannot double down and take the same one twice. I'm just looking for that rule that says if you can and can't have one twice. An army cannot contain more than one model from the same Sadith, and that has the same upgrade. So it cannot contain 2 Dark Death Jester models with Rift Ghoul pivotal role. Yep, okay, there's a sentence. So, Troop Masters. At 20 points, we got Prince of Light. It's an aura. Note you don't actually have to be light to do this, I'm pretty sure. It's just the name. While a friendly Sadith core unit within 6 inches of this model rerolls charges. Add 1 of your charge roll. 20 points plus 1 charge aura. That's fine. Each time this model, this is Queen of Shards for 25 points. Each time this model makes a melee attack on an unmodified wound roll of 5 up, and vulnerable saves cannot be made against attack. That's awesome. And ignoring invulns is just really awesome. That's a great rule these days. Veiled King for 20. I could see myself paying for that on Troop Master for sure. Veiled King. Each time this model makes a melee attack, unless the target is a vehicle or monster, an unmodified wound roll 2+ is always successful. It's 20 points. Also great on a Troop Master. Just poke. Especially now that they don't get full rerolls to wound. Wounding is going to be a challenge again. Jeff the Jester. Death Jesters have Harvesters of Torment. Now remember, the only things they do so far are leadership shenanigans that kind of suck. So let's hopefully the Death Jester gets some love here. Each time this model scores a ranged attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 3 additional hits. Its gun is actually quite good these days, the Death Jester, relative to before. The Death Jester gun is right here. One of these days. It is 3 shots, strength 6, minus 2 damage. So getting a 6 there would be like 5 or 6 hits, strength 6, AP 2 damage. That's nice. Probably wouldn't pay 15 points for it because you know how often you roll 6s, but that is nice. Lord of Crystal Bones. This is 20 points. Each time this model shoots, if any hits are scored, it hits on 2, it's got 3 shots. Unless the target is a vehicle or monster, until the start of your next turn, subtract 2 from the move characteristic and cannot fire Overwatch. This is exactly what the Death Jester Harvesting Torment was in its predecessor form. You just paid a CP instead of 20 points. That's fine. Rift Ghoul. Each time this model makes an attack, this is also 20 points. The target does not receive the benefits of cover, and unmodified wound roll 4+, and inflicts 1 mortal in addition to target normal damage. I think I'd rather have Harvester or Torment if I was going for this for more damage potential, but I don't know if I'd pay for Jeff the Jester in any of these cases. Mr. Solitaire. 20 points, Prince of Sins. Each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. The attack's hit roll cannot be rerolled. I like that a lot. That's super good. That's super duper good. -1 to hit, no rerolls is a great way to stay alive. Spectre of Despair. During deployment, you must set up this model and haunting the foe instead of setting it up on the battlefield. In the reinforcement step of your phase, you can set it up anywhere on the battlefield more than 9 inches away. Each time a charge roll is made for this model, roll 1 additional d6 and discard 1 of the dice. This is garbage. This is basically trying to deep strike in, then trying to use 3d6, pick the 2 highest charges. That is not how you should be playing solitaires. Put that thing away. Fail that charge and you're just dead and you're really sad about it. Or you could be in your own lines and you could have just walked to wherever you were launching that charge from. Thirsting Darkness. This is 20 points as well. Each time this model advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, at the end of the phase, add 6 to the move characteristic model. Each time piles and consolidates, move an additional 3. That's fine. There's a clear winner here. He's the Prince of Sins. Take the Solitaire. Dunzo. Shadow Seers. 30 points. Agent of Pandemonium. It's another Aura 1. While an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this model, subtract 1 from the attacks characteristics from the unit. This would be something you really have to build around an aggressive style Harlequin list that's trying to get itself in close combat, fight on death, and do all kinds of stuff. That's where I'd run something like Agents of Pandemonium. Gloom Spider. In your command phase, select 1 enemy unit within 12 inches of this model. Until the start of your next command phase, enemy units cannot benefit from the enemy unit's aura abilities. That's kind of cool. I don't think there are that many aura abilities in the game right now that warrant stripping it off, but Rites of War is an aura ability, so taking off OBSEC is amazing. Rerolls, of course, would be great to turn off. This is definitely utility. Mirror Architect. While a friendly Sadith unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time an enemy unit is selected to shoot, when measuring range to that model increases the range by 6. This is like Veil of Illusion currently. This is awesome, depending on how you build your Harlequins. So I would highly recommend. All 3 of these, honestly, are good in their own unique ways. So Shadow Seers, MVPs, MVCs, Most Valuable Clown. Okay, we are almost at the end of the tunnel, but of course not really. We have to go through our mission-specific secondaries. Not our mission-specific, our army-specific. So here are the Asuryani ones. Here are your Asuryani secondary options. This is a great place to start with army list building, because I like to build secondary game plans into my list, so I let that kind of dictate me for a bit. Scry Futures. If you select this objective, then Asuryani Psyker units from your army can attempt the following psychic action. 1 psychic unit from your army can let me pause this real quick. Psychic actions are very challenging in Eldar, because remember, we want to cast for psychic powers. We have the really cool 3 CP orbital bombardment strat that's based on doing psychic actions successfully. And then we have Warpcraft psychic powers. So, yes, we can do a psychic action and cast powers for 1 CP. That's a really great strat. I'm glad they gave it to us. But be careful when trying to make a psychic army, because there's a lot to do. 1 psychic unit from your army can attempt to perform this action in your psychic phase if it's in range of an objective marker that has not already been scryed. If the action is successful, select 1 unscryed objective marker that psyker is in range of. That objective marker is said to have been scryed, and then you increase your scry counter by 1. You get 3 points for every objective scryed at the end of the game. We've got a John Lennon in the house, and Sieg said this wouldn't take 3.5 hours. We're still going.
This book is 200 pages.
It is 200 pages. All right. No Mercy, No Respite. Wrath of Cain. This is the same category as your To the Last, No Prisoners, so it's got some stiff competition. Score 1 victory point at the end of the battle round if 1 or more enemy units were destroyed by a melee attack made by an aspect war unit. So your Banshees, your Phoenix Swords, that kind of thing. Score 1 victory point at the end of the battle round if 1 or more enemy units was destroyed by a range attack from your aspect warriors, so your shooty stuff. And score 2 victory points at the inbound if 1 or more enemy units was destroyed by a melee attack by an aspect warrior unit from your army this battle round, and 1 or more enemy units was destroyed by a ranged attack. So 1 point for killing a unit in combat, 1 point for killing a unit in shooting, and 4 points if you did both. So
you either get 1 or 4 on that?
Yeah, pretty much. So this is This is really good. Also really bad. It's high swing, high miss. If you take a ton of aspect warriors, I could see this being awesome in the right scenarios. Like 1 unit of Shining Spears going out there, shooting some trash unit away, charging a good unit away, scoring you 4 victory points in 1 battle round. That could be really good. So I'll put this in the if you build towards it category. We demand the Sings. $5 super chat from Cloudmone. John, go get the Siegs. He said if this took more than 3.5 hours, he would join me. It is 8:43 a.m. Where is Mr. Siegler?
All right, I'm going to go get him. I have a question for you first.
Yes. Will I be done by 9? Not a chance. But will I be done by 9:30? Yeah.
In that case, I may go get some food. You want something? Like some coffee, maybe?
Where are you going?
I haven't decided yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, where do you normally get coffee? Because I don't buy coffee, but now I want it.
I would recommend going to Lucky Goat, which is on Capitol.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
okay.
know.
Cool.
Okay. Text me what you want.
My phone is elsewhere. I just want a medium black coffee, and then if they have a cool looking breakfast thing, not like a brownie or something like that, like a cool looking breakfast thing. Sometimes they have like spinach quiche waffles. I could be just you got it. Thank you, John. What a great guy. Shadow Operations. This is scout the enemies. This is going to compete with your raise the banners and your retrieve Nachman data. Units from your army can attempt the following actions. Scout the enemy. 1 unit from your army can start to perform this action at the end of your movement phase if it is not within 6 inches of your deployment zone. That's pretty easy. If the unit performing this action is Rangers, it's complete at the end of your turn. Otherwise, it's complete at the start of your next turn. When this action is completed, score 2 victory points. If the unit performing this action is not wholly within your opponent's deployment zone, score 4 victory points if it is. So this is get Rangers in deep on your opponent's side and do some actions. If you build a Ranger-heavy army and you want deep strikes and stuff, this is not a bad alternative to rods. Probably not worth going super far out of your way for, though, because if you can do this, you're also probably capable of doing rods. Finally, we have Battlefield Supremacy, the Hidden Path. This one is in the hardest category to compete with because you're competing with Engage and Stranglehold, but let's give it a shot. If you select this secondary and your your army contains a webway gate unit, that unit cannot be set up within 6 inches of your deployment zone. If your army does not contain a webway gate unit, in the first command phase, select 1 objective marker that is within 6 inches of your deployment zone at the end of your command phase. What did it just say to me? So you pick an objective marker not within 6 of your zone, and then if your army includes a webway gate, you score victory points equal to the current battle round number if your army is within 3 inches of that webway gate, and there are no enemy models within 3 inches of that webway gate. If your army does not include a webway gate unit and you control the selected objective marker with Nazarene units from your army, score a number of victory points equal to the current battle round number. Okay, I guess this is just hold a specific objective. I need to read this again. This makes no sense. I'll read this slowly. If you select this secondary and your opponent's your army contains a webway gate unit, so that would be a webway gate, I assume. Anything else? Yeah, it is the webway gate. Maybe warp spiders? They sound like webway? No, probably just the webway gate. And if you select a secondary and your army does not contain a webway gate unit, in your first command phase, select 1 objective marker that is not 1/6 of your deployment zone. So that would be on kind of mid-board on your opponent's half. If your army includes the webway gate unit, score a number of victory points equal to the current battle round. If a unit from your army, excluding the webway gate units, is within 3 inches of that webway gate, and there are no enemy units within 3 inches of the webway gate. So basically, deploy your webway gate and get near it. That's so strange. Otherwise, control that objective and get near it. So this is really banking that you're scoring all your points towards the end of the game. Battle round 1, it's really easy to just hold an objective at the end of your turn, but you're going to score 1 for it. Battle round 5, if you hold it, you'll score 5. But also remember, this is checked at the end of the battle round. So if you're going first, your opponent's going to get a chance to respond to you. This is a very hit and miss secondary. You'll probably leave it at home. But it also made me read it 3 times to figure out how it worked. So let's definitely leave it at home. Then we've got Harlequin secondaries. Okay, big fan of my clowns. So let's see what these guys got. No mercy, no respite. So again, this is competing in that no prisoners to the last category. This is something that'd be great if you could build it into your list. Score 3 victory points at the end of the turn for each of the following conditions that apply. A Harlequin unit controls an objective marker that you do not control at the start of this turn. 3 victory points if you have 2 of the 4 different conditions completed. So that one's pretty easy. A Harlequin unit from your army is wholly within your opponent's deployment zone. It's easy if you want to go do that. You're so fast, so you can just get 3 points a turn by sacking a unit to your opponent's side and stealing an objective. 2 or more enemies were destroyed by an attack with a ranged weapon from a Harlequin unit army, or 3 or more units were destroyed by an attack made by a melee weapon by a Harlequin unit army. So this is a very interesting one. I think you could build for it and be situational about it, get a good 9 to 12, no problem. I like that this is something you could build into your list as an alternative to the last. It's very easy to build a Battlefield Supremacy secondary in. Harlequins and Eldar can figure out rods pretty well, and then building this in for to the last is really cool. Do you have to be mono Harlequins? Yes, you have to be mono Harlequins in order to actually unlock these. Battlefield Supremacy. If you select a secondary objective after both sides have finished deploying, you must set up 1 additional objective marker in your opponent's deployment zone. Then your opponent must set up 1 additional objective marker in your deployment zone, and 1 additional objective marker within 6 of the center of the battlefield. These objective markers cannot be set up within 9 of each other, within 6 of battlefield edge, or 1 inches of another objective marker. These take your places objective markers, because it's called take your places, don't exist for anything other than secondary objective. And then at the end of your turn, you score 2 points if you control 2 of them, and 4 points if you control all 3. So you probably would take Stranglehold or Engage instead, because it's Battlefield Supremacy, but this is an interesting thing. People aren't really prepared to fight over 6 or 9 objectives, so this could be interesting. Finally, we have Warpcraft as our last one. This is Weave Veil. If you select this objective, do the following psychic action. 1 Shadow Seer from your army can attempt to perform this action if it is within 12 inches of an enemy unit that has not been veiled by your army. If the psychic action is successfully completed, select 1 enemy unit that has not been veiled and was in 12 inches of the Shadow Seer that completed this action. That enemy unit is said to have been veiled by your army. Increase your veil counter. Score 3 points for every veil you have. I don't like having my Shadow Seers within 12 inches of enemy units in most cases, and I don't like my secondary points being tied to my ability to survive within 12 inches of my enemy, so I probably will leave this at home. Holy guacamole, we are making progress. All we have left is Relics, Warlord traits, Psychic Powers. And then we're done, fam! We can see the light at the end of this tunnel. John's going to bring me breakfast and coffee, and then we're going to have a great day. We're going to have a great day, everybody. Do you believe? Because I believe. Okay, so Relics, Kurnav's Blow. This is Kurnav's Blow. This is a Shuriken pistol. Relic pistols for you, everybody. It's a pistol 3. It's strength 5. It's got no AP and no damage. Like not 0. It has a dash. So each time an attack is made with this weapon, if it successfully wounds, it's strength 5. Inflict 1 mortal. This is garbage. Leave it at home. But it'll maybe make an honorable mention in this relic pistol list we'll never get to, or maybe we will. The Phoenix Gem. This used to be interesting. The first time the bear is destroyed, roll d6 on 2 plus keep it to one side. At the end of the current phase, set the bear back up again as close as possible to its previous position and not within engagement range of any enemy models within d3 wounds remaining. This is lovely. The way it actually worked in its current version, in its predecessor form, is let's say I'm hitting your character that has the Phoenix Gem and I make you take 20 armor saves and you fail the first 6 and you have 14 saves left to take. I have Phoenix Gem. I'm going to roll my 2 up. I'm going to do d3 mortals nearby. Oh, there's a stream puppy here. Bella and Gone. Oh, double stream puppy. And knocking all the rangers down. Hello. It has been pure chaos here. Okay. So it's nice because right now if you fail those first 6 saves, you roll your 2 up, you do d3 mortals, you stand back up, you have a couple wounds left, take your remaining 14 saves, die again, and be sad about it. Now it happens at the end of the phase. Timing is a lot better. Shard of Ynnari. This is a replacement for a Banshee Blade or a Starglaive, so you could put this on your Autarch, so they can take those weapons. +1 strength and -3 AP, and every time the bear fights, make d3 +3 additional attacks with this weapon. That's pretty solid. I'm relatively unimpressed with the relics I'm seeing so far, but Eldar's always had pretty mediocre relics, so we'll see if that changes at all. Falshu's Wing. The bear has a move characteristic of 12. So, and then at the end of the moon phase, select 1 enemy of the bear moved over, and on a d6 on 2 up at 63 mortals. Oh, it also gains the fly keyword. So this is like a better version of its former self. Still nothing special. We got the Banshee Blade Fire Saber, which replaces the Banshee Blade or Starglaive. Plus 3 strength, minus 4 AP, and 2 damage. Very nice. Very good for your Autarch. Plus 3 strength, minus 4 AP, 2 damage is a great profile. And hit rolls of 6 off inflict mortal wounds, which is always lovely. Sunstorm affects Asuryani bike models. The bear has a move characteristic of 20, so this guy's just flying through the table. He's a bike is already literally flying through the table. And he has Obsec, so making your bike Autarch or your Farseer Skyrunner objective secured is awesome. Big fan of that. Big fan of that. Aegis of Eldenish, which is the bear has a save characteristic of 2+, and then each time the attack is allocated to the bear, subtract 1 from the damage characteristics. Not bad. You know, you can make a pretty beefy Autarch on a bike with that, so I like that. Or even a Farseer, it's Autarch only. Never mind. Autarch would appreciate that. Fate Dice and Harlequin's Luck have been covered. That was in the very beginning of the video. Appreciate you, Lou. The Weeping Stones. A Ynnari Psyker model only while the bear is on the battlefield. Each time you make a Strands of Fate roll, you can roll an additional d6. That's pretty cool. Get some more Fate dice. Harlequin Relics. We got the Storied Sword. This replaces a Power Sword, so this is going on your Troop Master. It's got plus 2 strength and minus 3 AP and 2 damage. Each time the bear makes an attack on something, that attack automatically hits. Not that great. You already hit on 2s. I'd rather take the Twilight Fang, but if you're taking 2 Troop Masters, this isn't bad. Suit of Hidden Knives. This used to be very janky. Very janky. We'll see if it still does anything. At the end of the fight phase, the bear can make 3 additional melee attacks. These attacks can target Titanic units. When resolving these attacks, each time a hit is scored, the target suffers 1 model wound in addition in the attack sequence. So basically, after you're done attacking, roll 3 2-ups, take a mortal for each 2-up. Pretty strong. And you can actually see preview rolls because they are hit rolls. Harlequin, or you can use Luck Dice or Harlequin Fate Dice or Miracle Dice, all this stuff. We actually have quite a good Relic Pistol here for that Relic Pistol chat. Harlequin model with Shuriken Pistol. It's any of them. The Relic replaces it. It's 6 shots, strength 4, AP 3, 2 damage. Shuriken, so 6 is to wound will be extra AP. This is actually kind of nifty. Chegoroth's Rose. This used to be a very commonly taken relic for your Solitaire. It now replaces a Harlequin Kiss. Each time an attack, it's a melee weapon with plus 2 strength, minus 2 AP, and 3 damage. So all the Harlequin weapons are base plus 1 strength, AP 2, and 2 damage. This is plus 2 strength and 3 damage. And then each time an attack is made with this weapon, you can re-roll the wound roll. This is amazing. I'm gonna take this all day. I'm be really happy with this. This is great. Put this on somebody important. Go kill somebody. The Stormish Radiant. Each time an attack is made against the bearer, that attack's hit roll, wound roll cannot be rolled. Always a lovely defensive tool. And then once per battle on your command phase, you can declare that the bearer will mimic Aelios. If you do until the start of the next command phase, the bearer is 3 pinball. That's lovely. Who doesn't like 3 pinballs? The Laughing God's Eye. The bear has the following ability. It's an aura. There are puppies wrestling on the doors, at the gates, the hot gates. Puppies. While a friendly Harlequin unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time a model unit in this unit would lose a wound as a result of a mortal on a d6 roll of a 5-up, it's not less. So it's a 5-up feel no pain against mortal's aura. That's cool. A whole nother page of relics. I really thought that was the end of that one, but boy, was I wrong. Wouldn't I always be wrong? The Avenging Blade. Oh, so these are all for the Exarch. So you could actually make an Exarch super awesome with an Exarch power and then also give it a relic. So we'll see. This is the page 118. So there's a strat that lets you give Exarchs the Exarch specific things. There's no other way to get them. So Dire Avenger 1 replaces the Dire Sword. It's a plus 2 strength sword, and then every time it hits, every time it wounds, it does a mortal. Very similar to that Harlequin one I just mentioned. Dragon's Fury, obviously for the fire dragons. Each time the bear's unit is selected as a charge target, subtract 2 from the charge roll. It's okay. When it matters a lot. When it doesn't matter, you're like, why did I pay CP for that? Striking Scorpion Exarch with a Biting Blade. It's plus 3 strength, minus 2 AP, and 2 damage. And every time this guy fights, make 2 additional attacks. So this is actually awesome. I talked about you can make a really badass Scorpion before. Pile this on there, and you've got a really badass Scorpion. Like a really, really badass Scorpion. I think the puppies, I don't know if they're playing, if they're thirsty, or if they need to get water. Or if they need to go outside, they're just being pupperinos out there. When I finish this, I'll sort them out. It's almost done. Crone Scream, Howling Banshees. This is the Howling Banshee one. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, you can select an enemy unit within engage range, roll d6 on a 2-up. They suffer d3 mortals, and add an additional 1 mortal for each charge move the bear made during the battle. So like turn 5, you're charging somebody every turn, d3 plus 5 mortals. That's super unrealistic to ever do more than like 1, but you never know. You never know. The Phoenix Plume is the Swooping Hawk one. It gives the bearer a 4-up invul, and each time the bearer's unit would lose a wound, roll d6 on a 5-up. The wound is lost, a 5 feel and pain for your Swooping Hawks, as well as 4-up invul for the guy. That's pretty good. Spider's Bite, bet you can guess who this is for. Spider's Bite replaces Power Blade, so it'll be plus 2 strength, minus 4 AP, and 2 damage. Each time attack is made with this weapon on an unmodified wound roll of 6, the damage characteristic is 3. That's lovely. Kane's Lance has a Shining Spear Exarch. Each time the bearer finishes a charge move, select one enemy in the engage range and roll a d6 on a 4-up. The unit suffers d3 mortals and fights last. So unfortunately, it's unreliable because a 4-up is not something you can make plans based upon, but it's a really good ability when it does work. Shrine Skull. Dark Reaper Exarch model with the Reaper launcher only. If an enemy unit has any models destroyed by the attack made by the bearer until the end of the turn, subtract 1 from combat attrition test from the enemy unit. Stacking this with the other combat attrition modifiers, and boom, that leadership shenanigans army is coming. It's really not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the Warlord traits. There are not that many of them. There's only 9. Only 9. Remember when there was like 3 you could choose from total? So, Ambush of Blades. Ambush of Blades these are all the other ones, and I'll go through the Harlequin ones. In your command phase, select one friendly Craftworld core or Craftworld character unit with a 9th Warlord until the start of your next command phase. Each time a model in the unit makes a melee attack, improve the AP by 1. It's a good Warlord trait. If you build for it, could definitely come up with good stuff there. Walker of Many Paths. Once per turn, you can reroll 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll, and damage roll for your Warlord. Just generally a good thing, especially for things like fusion guns on your autarchs. Things with high value on the shot. Really appreciate the rerolls. Falcon Swiftness. Add to this Warlord's move characteristic. You can ignore the effects of difficult ground. Each time the Warlord makes a battle-focused move, do not roll. Instead, move the Warlord 6. These are a bunch of good rolls, not so good on one individual model, so I'd probably leave it at home. Fate's Messenger. Once per turn. When saving throws made for your Warlord is failed, you can change the damage characteristic of that save to 0. That's always lovely. Good defensive tool. Marketing Comparable Hunter. Each time Warlord makes an attack, increase the strength by 1, and now modified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal and target additional damage. Not bad on a guy on a bike because it would affect all those shuriken weapons on the bottom, plus his actual gun, and then that's not bad. Seer of the Shifting Vector. While the Warlord is on the battlefield, each time you or your opponent spends any CP on a 6, you regain 1. I hate CP regen on 6s. Some people will take this, they will roll more 6s than me, and this game isn't fair. Moving on. Harlequin Warlord traits. Once per turn, when you make a hit roll, wound roll, or saving throw for this Warlord, after making the roll, you can treat the result as an unmodified roll of 6 instead. Really, really nice if you can combine it with 6s do mortals in any of those things, or 6s do extra damage. We'll keep that in the back pocket for some combos to figure out later. Fractal Storm. Each time an attack is made against this Warlord, your opponent cannot reroll a hit roll, wound roll, or damage roll for that attack. Very similar to that other one. Very good in general, especially if you combine it with modifiers. A Foot in the Future. Each time the Warlord advances, do not roll advance roll. Instead, just add d3 plus 3 to your move characteristic, and you can, each time you make a charge roll, add 6 to the result. That's amazing. Your Troop Master's flying across the table and slaughtering everybody. This is very good. Keep in mind, you can pick 2 Warlord traits for your 1 Troop Master, so you can really combo this out. You only have 3 Warlord traits to choose from, but that's not bad. Okay, we are making progress. Psychic Powers. That's it. This now over 4-hour video is almost done. Screw you, Siegs. Screw you. Okay. Phantasmancy Discipline. This is for Harlequins. Twilight Pathways. Orb charge value 6. Select a unit core or character unit within 6, so no longer bikes or vehicles. Well, I don't think it was vehicles, but no longer bikes. You can immediately make a normal move, advance, or fall back, and is not eligible to charge if it does so. This is such a nerf. They've murdered this power. They've increased its range and murdered the power. Fog of Dreams is a warp charge value of 6. Select a core or character unit in 12. Until the start of your next psychic phase, that unit can only be selected as a targeted range attack unless it's the closest eligible or the unit has been 12. This is awesome. Goes up on a 6. Fog of Dreams is a fantastic power. Bikes are core. Our bikes core. Our Skyweavers core. I'm sure they are. I better be core. They're core. So you could double move Skyweavers with this. You can make Skyweavers treatable. This is awesome. Fog of Dreams is a great power. Mirror of Minds. It goes up on a 7. Select an enemy unit within 18 inches. Not visible. Just select a unit within 18 inches. This is really good. The enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, then roll off with your opponent. If you win or draw that roll off, the enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Repeat this process until either the enemy unit has suffered 6 mortal wounds, that enemy is destroyed, or your opponent wins the roll. This is an awesome power. This has really gotten a lot better. Good job, Mirror of Minds. Veiled Tears also goes off on a 7. Select an enemy unit and visible, so this one's a little bit different. It's visible. To the Psyker. Models in that unit cannot target units from your army that are more than 18 inches away with range attacks. This one sounds kind of nifty. I don't think it's that great. Going off 7 makes it unreliable as a plan. 18 inches invisible is a tough ask. And then if I'm within 18 of you, why am I also trying to be more than 18 from you? It's counterintuitive. Shards of Light has a warp charge value of 6. If selected, select one enemy within 18 inches invisible. If it goes off, unit suffers 1 mortal wound. If it's a vehicle monster or contains 6 mortal wounds, it takes D3 instead. Until the start of your next cycle phase, subtract 2 from the leadership characteristic. Again, that leadership shenanigans crap, but it's probably not going to happen. Where's the handsome one, John Chavez? He's right here. He's right here. We don't need Siegs. Webboy Dance, the final Harlequin psychic power. It's a blessing. Warp charge value of 7. Select a unit. Oh no, your Psyker gains the ability. When a friendly, if their Psyker casts on himself and he gains an aura of 6 up, feeling of pain. Neat. It's okay. Probably not going to cast that. Runes of Battle. Runes of Battle. This is for the Warlocks, and Spiriteers can choose to take this. So normally, there's 2 halves of each of these. There's the good half, and the buff half, and the bad half, maledictions and blessings. There's a strat 2CP that lets you affect yourself with both halves of this power. So I'll just read through what they each do. Conceal Reveal goes up on a 6. The conceal portion is select a friendly or a core Azurian unit within 18, and the unit receives the benefits of light cover. And then the inverse of that is pick an enemy unit within 18, not visible, just pick a unit within 18, and it loses the benefits of cover, so all cover. A little bit better on the malediction portion there, but that's a generically good rule. Embolden / Horrify goes up on a 7. Embolden is pick a unit within 18 inches of the Psyker, add 2 to its leadership, and it gains fight first. Horrify is the opposite, selecting a unit within 18 inches, doesn't need sight. I don't know. I'll let you know when they do need sight, because most other powers apparently don't, and that's amazing. Subtract 2 from leadership. Leadership shenanigans, it's real. And it fights last. This is a really good power. Embolden, not so great. Horrify, very great. Big fan. Green Blood Crusade, we are over 4 hours. We are crushing it out here. We're doing the psychic powers, and then we're done. We read this entire book to you in 4 hours. Enhance and Strain goes up on the 6. Select 1 friendly core unit with Azuriani core, and then add 1 to the hit roll and melee, or subtract 1 from the hit roll is the drain part in melee. So +1 hit in melee, -1 hit in melee, pretty straightforward. Goes up on the 6, which is nice. Protect and Jinx, this one changed quite a bit. Goes up on the 7. A unit's save characteristic is improved by 1 to a maximum 2+. So 1 is to a maximum 2+, which is a little nerf. And then, more importantly, it does not impact invulnerable saves. Jinx, the flip side, same thing. It negatively impacts the save characteristic to a maximum of 6+, and still does not affect invulnerable saves. Interesting thing that is a buff, though, for Jinx. If I cast it on you, it's modifying you now. It has nothing to do with my army. So if I cast Jinx, my Eldar Warlock, my Harlequins, or my Ynnari, or my Drukhari, whatever else is in my army, will also benefit from the fact that you're worse save, because your save is just worse. Number 5, Quicken / Restrain goes up on a 6. Pick a unit, it can make a normal move, has to be Craftworld core or a character. It can make a normal move, advance, or fall back. It cannot shoot declared charge after it's done so it's really nerfed, but it is what it is. It was broken before. Restraint, pick a unit within 18 inches, doesn't have to be visible, have the move characteristic, and it cannot perform actions. If it's performing an action, it just fails. Also very interesting. Empower/Enervate. Goes up on a 7. Select a unit within 18 inches, add 1 to the attacks in melee, add 1 to the wound, and the inverse Enervate is subtract 1 to the melee wound rules. Good power. Eldar appreciate +1 wound. A lot of strength 4 going on in this faction. Could use +1 wound. Good power. Runes of Fate. This is one of the Farseer trees. I guess Farseers have 2 trees. Because Eldar just needs so many powers. 5 tables of powers, in fact. So, alright. Guide. It's a bit different. Warp Charge 6, that's better. It used to be a 7. Pick a core or character unit with an 18. So it used to be anything. It used to be 24. Until the start of your next phase, each time a model you makes an attack, you can reroll the hit roll. That's the same, but now it also works in close combat, which is interesting. If the result of the psych test was 10 or more, you can select a 1 friendly Asuryani core or character unit in 24 instead, so range gets further. There seems to be the range getting further caveat for most of the powers, all of the powers, if you roll a psychic test of 10 or more. So I'll just stop admitting that, but you get further range if you roll better. Doom, Warp Charge 7, if manifested, select an enemy in the 19 of the Psyker, still no line of sight needed. And you get to reroll wounds. Friendly Craftworld core and friendly Asuryani characters, units from your army, get to reroll wounds. So not everything, still nerfed there. Range got nerfed a little bit, which is good, unless you roll 10 or more. Fortune goes up on a 6, that's a little bit easier. Core character unit with an 18. 5 up feeling no pain. And if it's 10 or more, then you get to do 24 inches instead. So that's pretty much the same thing. Going off on 6 is nice. Executioner. Select 1 enemy unit with a wounds characteristic of excluding characters with a wounds characteristic 9 with an 18. So it's not the closest anymore. It's select a unit, which is really nice. Doesn't need line of sight. Take D3 mortals. If any enemy models were destroyed, take an additional D3 mortal. So it's the same thing, but you get to choose. It's awesome. And if it's 9, the test was high or more, you can do a 10 or more on the test. You can pick 24 away. Will of Ozrian, it gets better range if your test size was just an 8 or more, so it's a little bit easier to do this. Pick a character according to an 18. The unit gains OBSEC, auto passes morale, and it can still shoot and perform actions. That's really great. That's a great psychic power. Talk about 0 to hero. Will of Ozrian is awesome. Mind War has a warp charge value of 7. Select an enemy character model with an 18. Roll a d6. Add the Psyker's leadership to your roll. Your opponent then rolls a d6 and adds leadership characteristic of the enemy models of the enemy character model. If your total result is greater than your opponent's total, that enemy character model suffers a number of total wounds equal to the difference. So let's say I'm leadership 9 and you're leadership 8. I roll a 5 and you roll a 2. Your 8 plus 2 is a 10. My 5 plus 9 is 14. You'll take the difference for mortal wounds. And if I roll a psychic test of 10 or more, you will I'll get to roll 2d3 instead of my d6 on my what my result is test. All right, 2 more traits to go, ladies and gentlemen. Runes of Fortune. It goes off Fateful Deliverance, Divergence. Goes off on a 6, gain a CP. Great power. Witch Strike. Goes off on a 5 if manifested. Select 1 psyker in this unit until you're in the next psychic phase. Each time a selected model makes a melee attack, and select if the attack successfully wounds the target, and most of your psykers are going to be wounding on 2s. It inflicts 1 mortal on the target in the attack sequence ends. Probably never going to take this. Ghostwalk. If manifested, select 1 friendly core or character unit within 12 inches. Add 2 to charge rolls for that unit. Really good for charging out of reserves. You can get 7-inch charges, or just in general buffing your charges is good. Crushing Orb goes up on a 6. Select an enemy unit with an 18 and visible to the Psyker. Roll 3d6, adding 2 to each result if that enemy is a vehicle or monster, or if it contains 6 or more models. For each 4-up, it suffers a mortal. Decent way to do some mortals. Focus Will has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select 1 friendly Psyker unit within 24 inches of 1 friendly Craftworld Psyker within 24 inches of the Psyker. Until start of your next psychic phase, add 2 to deny psychic and deny the witch test. It's great for getting your more important powers off. You have this guy buff another guy. Have this guy potentially cast +1 CP and +2 to cast for another guy, and that's just his job. Could be really good. Impair Senses, the last one on this table. Warp charge value 6. Pick a unit, enemy unit 18 invisible to the Psyker. Until start of your next psychic phase, that enemy unit cannot be affected by aura abilities. This is the second way I found to remove aura abilities. Could be good. Depends what you're playing against. Finally, we have the Revenant Discipline, Gaze of Inian. So Witchfire goes up on a 6. Select one enemy unit within 18 inches and roll d6. -2 to this result if the starting strength was 1. So if you're shooting at like a character or a single model vehicle. On a 1 or less, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. On 2 through 5, it suffers d3 mortal wounds. On a 6, it suffers d6 mortal wounds. It's like a weird way of getting to a smite level power. Storm of Whispers has a warp charge value 6. If manifested, roll 3d6 for each enemy unit within 9 inches of the Psyker. For each fort, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound. That's kind of bad because the range sucks. Word of the Phoenix goes up on a 6. Select 1 Ynnari unit, excluding Wraith Constructs, when 6 is Psyker. One of the unit's destroyed models, or D3 models, if the unit has a Troops Battlefield rule, can be added back to the unit with full runes remaining. These models can only be set up with engagement range. Unfortunately, you can't do this on Wraiths. You'd love to do this on Wraith Blade, Wraith Guard, that kind of thing. That's pretty much it for Ward of the Phoenix. It's okay. Unbind Souls. Unbind Souls goes up on a 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within 18 inches of Psyker. Each time a Ynnari model from your army makes a melee attack, that's that enemy unit. An unmodified hit roll of a 6 auto wounds the target. Not bad. 6 is auto wound, really good risk vehicles and those tougher targets. Things with wound modifiers or just strength debuffs like Shadow Keepers. Really useful. Shield of Iniad, where it goes up on a 6. Select one unit within 12. They have a 4-up invul. Great power. Just very good power. And Ancestor's Grace has a warp charge value 7. If manifested, select one friendly Ynnari unit within 18 inches of Psyker. Each time model unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to that attack's wound roll. Another great power. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. 4 hours and 15 minutes on the dot. We read through the entire Eldar Codex. How do I feel about it? I actually really like it. I think there's so much depth here. I can't even actually tell you what's good or what's bad. I can tell you 3 Night Spinners and 9 Shadow Weavers make me angry. But I think there's a lot of cool things in this book. I think there's a lot of synergies. I think there's a lot of awesome stuff in here. This is going to take a minute to unpack this book, this tome. There's so many combos. While going through that, I was like, wow, there's a lot of targeted mortal wound psychic powers. I can make an entire army off that. Like I said, you could do triple Farseer, triple Skyrunner, Eldrad, and do +7 mortals on your bomb. That's not a real list, but it's totally a meme list. You can take really cool Banshee Exarchs and Shining Spear Exarchs and give them a relic and give them a Warlord or an Exarch power and give them that extra wound attack and see what happens because they get really cool. This army is really dynamic. This army is really deep. We haven't even talked about the fact that you can mix and match your factions, putting a Harlequin detachment in your Craftworlds, taking Inari, Drukhari getting here somehow. There's a lot going on. I'm really excited. We're going to be doing tons of Eldar content coming out in the next few weeks. We will be playing games with Eldar. Brad Chester is going to be playing Eldar in our stream house RTT right after this coming week. He'll be playing against yours truly, actually. I'll be playing Genestealer Cult. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Give it a like, give it a subscribe, give it a share, join our community and get all that inside info in the war room. We'll be doing an Eldari clinic this coming week, talking about this codex, breaking down the good, the bad, the ugly. There's no ugly. It's all beautiful. It's Eldar up in here. So check it out. Join the war room, become part of our awesome community. We teach a whole bunch of classes like strategy sessions, weekly clinics, know thy enemies. You want to know how to beat these Eldar menaces? Get in there, check it out. You want to know how to play these Eldar menaces? Get in there, check it out. Learn from the best players in the world and become part of an awesome community of like-minded individuals. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. I'm going to send you off to a promo for that war room that I just mentioned, and I'll catch you later. Bye!
There's so many rules in 40K, hundreds of events, and constant updates. Skip the learning curve of Warhammer and join the pros. Art of War is led by multiple world champions with decades of success. We teach clinics, stream games, and inspire you to succeed at your favorite hobby. Join our global community of gamers just like you.